Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, hilarity and bitch slapping. Good God for bitch slapping. So, the Warband received a number of astrotelepathic communiques. They started ominous and then very rapidly got extraordinarily concerning. Things were only improved when you realized Casa is actually a fairly competent cryptographer, and she was able to use Mayor's codes, spoof the um, uh, spoof the astrotelepathic decryptor into thinking he was higher ranked than he actually was, and read a message for the absolute topmost echelon of the Inquisition in the sector. The Officio Assassinorum has dispatched an execution force, and it appears Juno is on the target list. It is generally considered to be a bad thing. Everyone here likes Juno, and her being turned into a meat sock by an Eversaur assassin would not be an optimal resolution. So, some rubbing of heads together. You've got, Mayor is using what influence he has as an Inquisitor of the Ordo Sicarius to try to obfuscate. You are preparing a plea to be sent to the Adeptus Custodes, and well, Jean-Pierre Polnareff decided, you know, we have someone who's probably had to evade Imperial assassins before. Let's see if he's willing to help. And Yelav was willing to offer a deal. Right. And yeah, to sweeten it, well, Polnareff offered up a datapad that happened to contain risque vid footage of several of the female members of the Warband. Yeah, was caught doing so. Thankfully, before Yelav could download them all. And was summarily beaten quite severely. I again.
Yeah, it's not the first time that's happened to Polnareff within this week, in fact.
Yeah.
Polnareff made many mistakes. Not giving up that terminal was one of them. I mean, it's only Baltus's blackmail journal. Surely nothing bad could come of that.
Yeah, the thing that made that bad to give to Yelav was not the fact that it had Juno's nudes on it, but was the fact that it was Baltus's data pad, and God knows what was on there. Because nobody had cleaned it.
Yeah. Polnareff is a horrible person. He was supposed to give it to someone to clean it.
But then he saw the videos and was just like, Mama, keep that for myself.
Yeah. That's it.
Does OPSEC matter when you've got a premium quality spank bank?
Juno is becoming progressively more and more upset at literally everybody around her for their lack of OPSEC. Somehow she's gone from the biggest liability on the team to being the one who has to complain to everyone else about it. Character development.
Hey, look, Cass has been fine about it.
Cass is intelligent in character and out of character. This line, however, is either one or the other. Never both.
Well, there is a little more that happened last session on Eloa's side, but we'll get to that when we get a story. For now,
You're very robot right now.
weird. It's alright. Brave is probably going to get killed trying to fight a battleship with a number of frigates and a couple of beat-up light cruisers.
Nothing of value will be lost.
Actually, quite a bit of value will be lost. I mean,
I mean, the Space Marines
he
and the
has...
Sisters would be bad.
Yeah, and his loot.
Eh. I'm rich, I don't need his loot.
I mean... Fair.
Juno is the loot penny around here.
Though just because you don't need it doesn't mean it's not valuable.
I mean, that's
I
true.
mean,
Nothing of value to me will be lost.
yes. You have put together the general letter you want to send the custodies. Now, at least in terms of the actual substance of the letter, I don't think Jack or Mayor have any input to give. However, they may have points to give on how better you might style it to see firstly, but it actually gets given to the custodies rather than put eternally in a in an administratum data pile. And once it gets to them, how to make them actually bother to read it and give your claim and give your request any heed.
That would be appreciated.
What this is going to be resolved as is they will each make a skill test on something relevant, and for each degree of success they get, it'll reduce the minus 120 penalty.
Okay. Well, I mean, fair enough then. This sounds about right.
Yeah, you are asking the custodies to intercede on a political matter, but is not directly related to protecting the emperor. That's not their prerogative. It's not something they normally give the slightest fuck about. And there are actual political factions moving against you. So, you've got the massive difficulty of actually making the Banana Boys give a shit, and opponents.
I mean,
But
that's
rather
fair.
than having like the Terran faction make an opposed test, I'm just throwing them in as difficulty modifiers.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Similarly, if you think any of the other NPCs with you, or indeed any of the PCs with you, might have something relevant, well,
I'm entirely sure Narcy could contribute greatly to this.
I
And
never actually got confirmation on where Narcy was.
well, she's on this ship because I will fucking physically drag her onto this boat because Jox is on here and I need her for that.
Fair enough. Well,
And then
hopefully
again, we're not
somebody will get
sending this until
here.
we get to Gethsemane because I'm not we are actually on radio silence. So regardless of what ship she's on, we'll get her eventually.
Alright,
And
so I think for Mayor's contribution, the best one he can probably do is Forbidden Law Inquisition. Make sure you get all of the appropriate key phrases in to get this handed off from transcription servitor directly to someone senior and then directly onto the custodies. So I'll let him apply his apply one of his peers here. However, he is also going to have to apply one of his hatreds because he hates bureaucrats and politicians.
is this something I can command on?
Not really.
Fair enough. Nice.
All right, so that's going to be 9 DOS. That is very nice.
Outstanding.
Yep. Jacques. Hmm. This is a bit of a as well. I guess he'll try to apply the Codex Astartes here. This is probably the best, the only skill he has that is even conceivably relevant.
Nice.
I'll fate that. Just
A. That 5 DOS
all
or
right. That is 6 DOS.
nice. Up to
So it's
15.
currently, yeah. So it's currently a minus 45.
That's doable, but let's see if Narcy can get us some bureaucromancy. It seems like perhaps the single most relevant skill of anybody here.
Like, uh, I guess I'll just make her bureaucracy roll for her.
Yeah. Nice. That's 7?
Yep.
Alright, that's pretty tasty. I guess Casa could throw a FL Mechanicus to see if she can, like, push it through their servers temporarily. Might as well try.
Sure.
Let's see. I don't think she has... Yeah, she's not a sage, so she doesn't have the spend fate, but does she have anything that adds to knowledge checks? I don't think so. Nope. Alternatively, perhaps security to figure out ways to bypass people who would be trying to intercept and interfere with us. How about that?
Not sure if that would work, because, well, the level of the people who are trying to fuck with you, they'll have the matching cipher for any codes, she uses, unless she uses a custom one, in which case you'll have some very confused custodies.
Right. I suppose I was thinking about combining that with the Mechanicus one to just like use her knowledge of the way security and analysis works to get around where people would be looking for my communiques.
Possible, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll allow that.
All right. Well, go ahead and roll that. Solid, solid. I'll go ahead and spend one of her points to get an extra DOS on that. So I think that'll be 6. She doesn't.
Don't bother.
Oh, okay.
You're not going to be able to get a net positive here.
So are
But
we at
you
to
can
0 now then?
Yeah, you can fully neutralize the negatives.
Excellent. Based friendship.
Yeah.
All right.
At this point, your words must stand on their own merit.
Fair enough. So this is a charm test, you said?
Yep.
Not influence, unfortunately.
Not if you want this to arrive and get a response in any reasonable frame of time.
I mean, influence is more than just physical wealth. It's reputation and all that stuff. But, fair enough. Do any of my peerages apply to this role? I know not to the bananas hammocks themselves, but, to getting it to them.
Let's see.
I got
Yeah,
knights.
you picked up nobility. That will apply.
Do have Inquisition as well, which, if Mayor was rolling FL, maybe that'll apply.
That's in making sure it gets fair and like.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you're at this point. The charm is basically just charming the banana boys.
Okay.
And I can see how I can justify nobility to myself. I can't really justify Inquisition there.
Fair enough. In that case, I will go ahead and spend a fate point, because I imagine DOS will matter to some degree, right?
Probably.
Okay. Then I'm gonna spend a fate point to get my juicy
And,
trust in Space Jesus bonus.
oh, and just you probably figured, but just to say for the record, your equipment bonuses aren't going to apply here, I'm
Yeah,
afraid.
unfortunately I cannot wave my holy brazier through the astrotelepathic relay. As incredibly helpful as that would be.
No, you would need a Pharos device for that.
Yeah. So I think I'm good to go. Please roll well, Juno. Can't really greet a 51 reroll, so I think I'll stand on 8 DOS on a custodian. That might even beat their willpower to just sit there and do nothing.
Mm. Well, the end, when you do go to send it, the message is quite different from your first draft. The substance of it is very much the same, but there is padding and all of these various instructions. It will probably be quite complicated for the receiving astropath to transcribe, but with Jacques being your conduit, it's going to arrive fully, and those should ensure that it makes it to its recipient, and that substance of the message, the actual heart of it, you can be fairly confident that as ever, your words will touch the recipient's heart. Of course, you'll be waiting a little bit for a reply. If nothing else, even with all of the smoothing of the wheel as your friends managed to put together, the Imperial Palace is really big. It's going to take at least a day just for someone to carry it to a sufficiently ranked custody to give any sort of response. And you bet this is being hand carried.
Oh yeah, for sure, on some velvet tray. And that custodian has to walk all the way to the Senatorium and beat somebody to death.
Oh, no. First they have to conduct an inquiry. I will tell you, you will get the response as to whether they're going to go ahead with it or not before they do their full investigation and determine what the fuck happened. If they do it. I end with 8 DOS, actually 9 DOS because 51, that's exact. Yeah, with 9 DOS, I will just tell you, yeah, you have done it successfully. You can indeed get the banana boys off their butts, but
Yay.
the exact form of their action, well, we'll see that when they get around to it.
Have to, get the dust off of their armor after sitting there for 10,000 years, I understand.
Uh-huh. It's a stray.
Stray! Hello. I sent a letter to the custodians.
Did you tell them that we love them?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Do you need a minute to finish waking up, Stray?
I mean, you guys can keep going. I'll listen for a bit.
I mean,
I have a Coca-Cola.
That sounds like a yes.
yes. So, with brain.
With a bajillion DOS, I've
Yes.
solved all my problems forever.
Well, if you're not that lucky, I'm afraid, but
I'm just gonna
yes, with
snuggle up to the stealth suit pilot and Eldar Farseer and the Chaos Arc Magos, and nothing bad can happen to me.
yes, speaking of, I believe you did want to go and speak to Endeavor.
Yes. Yes, that was a thing.
Are you bringing anyone?
No, I don't think so. It's not like
Sure.
Juno's worried about, her personal safety with Endeavor. I would pay to see that Gimp fight. So yeah, she will just take her data pads down and give a knock on her door. Chassel, do you have a moment? Something's come up that needs your attention.
Just a moment, Juno.
Sure.
Need a few moments later, Endeavor will open the door and to bring you on into a nice little sitting room. Please sit with me. What is it I can do to help you?
Probably nothing to help me, but the situation has changed in unfortunate ways that you ought to be made aware of. And Juno's just gonna take the data pad with those 3 messages in a row and just hand it to her. We just received these a couple of hours ago and have been cracking the security on them, which went well above any of our pay grades, including Mayor's.
I did not realize that was a pay grade between him and your emperor.
Honestly, neither did I. I thought he was the most powerful person in the sector, but I guess not. Apparently there's a senile old lady who's even higher ranked.
Yes, I had heard tell that many of your people have abolished the concept of retirement.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess it's a working retirement for her, really. But that still left her in the chain of command, so this was meant for her, not us. For reasons that are probably painfully obvious.
Indeed. It seems as if what they mean for you is a bullet.
Indeed. I have already started getting things together to reach out to the men of last resort, so to speak, to try and resolve this without that happening. But I figured you certainly ought to know that, well, I'm not the only person on the list. As you can see, there's something about a Tau, but we don't know which one. It could be you, or your father, or the Aum.
I would expect either the honored celestial one or my father.
Hmm.
I, for all my involvement in this diplomatic mission, I do not imagine I am important enough to be named specifically.
Well, you're important to us, but I can see the bureaucrats not thinking the same. But either way, if you think they're the likely targets, you should probably tell your people to increase their security if there's any increase left to go. We don't know if they'll strike at me first, or them, or simultaneously, or what.
It, ah, I, I do not know if there can be any increase without a postponement of the peace summit.
Hmm.
And that I
Huh.
suspect would be almost as grand a victory for these murderers as our actual deaths.
Indeed, they'd win either way. My plan of action was more or less to just proceed as if nothing had happened. That way they don't know that we know what's going on. But, well, I can't exactly ask your people to put their lives on the line when it's our side acting in bad faith, even if it's outside my control. You should at least tell them what's happening. Let them make up their minds.
Indeed. I will. Once we exit this warp dimension, I shall see to it that a message is sent.
Good.
Oh. Fundamentally, this is no great change for the arm. The reality of leading an expansion against your Imperium is always one of courting death.
Yes, well, let's hope it's only a brief dalliance this time. I'm sorry to put you and potentially your father through this endeavor. I can only pray that what I have planned in the background works.
I am a soldier, Juno. His flirtation with diplomacy aside, I have lived every day knowing that I might be killed sooner or later.
Of course. Though I think we'd all prefer to die standing up than in our beds, which is the unfortunate fate this missive brings with it.
I don't know. In Nazi's bed would be a pretty nice place to go. She just grins at you.
Juno will try desperately and fail to suppress a laugh into the back of her hand. Well, I'm sure. Oh,
Forgive me for making light, but in these circumstances, I think it is best we remember to laugh. We do not lose ourselves in worrying.
indeed, my father once said that when faced with tragedy, you either laugh or cry. And I think I'll choose laughter as well.
There is one thing I do worry a little of. You say you are reaching to men of last resort. Can you be certain that this would not, that reaching out would not give away our knowledge? At that point, pretending not to know by continuing as normal, that would not accomplish anything.
My hope is that between Cass's expertise and Mayor's subterfuge, that we'll be able to find ways and means to reach out that others won't be able to intercept. While it may seem like astropaths just scream every message out into the void, it's possible to direct things through places that make them hard to find. Like, for example, I don't plan on using any of our astropaths. We'll send this message at Gethsemane so that it seems like a message from some other ship or from the planet. And from there, it'll go to some other organization unrelated to me, perhaps even one I don't like, at least ostensibly, like the Mechanicus. And then from there to Mars, to Earth, etc.
All right. Just so long as you don't accidentally send it right into the laps of your foe.
Now, if anyone gets anything in their lap at the end of this, it will probably be a very uncomfortable boot. One way or the other.
Let us hope for that.
Indeed. Juno's just gonna go and give Endeavor like a little gentle hug. Take care.
And you as well, Juno.
Stop and give Dory and singular head pat.
Yeah. in that case. And boot back over here. And is there anything else on the minute to midnight front?
No, I'd like to end the boat arc.
All right. Well, we can hope you'll get to. But for now, it's over to Spandex with Eloa.
Ow.
So, last time, Eloa, you arrived at Spandex. You were greeted with ceremony, and then one of your greeters started malfunctioning and was chopped in half by the other one. I've discovered that at some point during one of the many Tau and Nox invasions of the planet, a rogue tech priest spread a cognito virus across the planet. They have generally kept it contained, or at least it hasn't led to an extinction of the Mechanicum clergy on the planet. But yeah, it's a recurring thing, and now you've been exposed to it. Thankfully, you aren't showing any symptoms as of yet. So maybe it didn't take. Maybe you have some natural resistance. Maybe you're just a few days away from, well, days or perhaps even hours away from your brain melting into a logical loop and turning to gunk.
How dare you? Do you know how much willpower I have? And I
It's
and I also installed a vast antivirus.
That's great, chat.
What?
Uh, immediately after I said there was a cognito hazard, someone in chat said, and its name is just Jean Polnareff.
I mean, not wrong. Okay. Well, I was kind of hoping Snippy would be up for this.
Yeah, so was I, but
Let's not.
apparently not.
Well, he probably got eaten by one of the elevators he's shown us. Alrighty.
So last time you had spoken to the Orteca Secundus Morlandor, and well, you have been charged with a help fix. They
Alright.
do have the original infection vector in custody, and I believe you had wanted to go and interrogate him.
Yes, but before that, uh, I guess. Uh, Sorry, I got distracted. I forgot that there are mechanics everywhere now. Before that, um, I want to go and begin the investigation from his place of residence.
All right. Oh. It has been placed under quarantine, but as you have been appointed investigative majors, you will be allowed in.
And the
One
people.
thing you will note about the guards keeping quarantine, they appear to be entirely organic and are wearing heavy lead suits.
Lead.
Yes.
Scan for radiation. Scanning. Difficulty, please.
I will just tell you, you detect no radiation. Well, you do. You detect the normal amount of radiation for a forge world.
Okay. Well then, scan for. Uh, what is it called? Psychic energy. I have best quality, so I could do that.
Yeah, you can.
Difficulty, please.
Let's see. I think just +0.
As much as I would enjoy my Magos being a Mediguerre. There we go.
Yeah. There are lingering echoes of psionic activity. Nothing active. They may just be being excessively cautious.
Alrighty. Well, the troops I have with me are all organic too, so they'll be fine. They got storm suits.
Hmm.
Alright. So, is it just a general dissipated energy? No, like, core of it? It's just, in general, warp energy dissipated around the area, not like, dissipated energy, but they're coming, whipping out from like a vortex.
No, if there was a source point, it's long gone.
Okay. Well, time to begin scrutinizing. I'll begin with the Greasy Gamer basement.
Sure.
I'm specifically looking for things that don't appear to be standard issue. What world is this again? I can never remember the name.
Spandex.
Spandexin. Spandexin.
Yeah, it's a wonderful name. Sure. Um, can roll scrutiny. For you, it'll be a +20.
Oh my god. Let me look at my augments real quick. I know I have best quality eyeballs.
Positive
And then I have.
modifiers to things on difficulty. What the hell?
I know. Become a robot like me, and maybe you too could feel this joy.
You just missed me having a minus 120 on a roll, by the way.
Wow.
Nice.
Well, it's good enough. Um, so, Eloa, yeah, there's some slightly unusual things you notice. And it is typical for tech priests to venerate the Mechanicum, well, venerate the Omnissiah in their own way, little deviations from the established culture. What's not typical is that the form of the form of his personal altar down here, it is cons- it is hold on, I need to check the name here. Do. Yeah, the the specific form of altar here is more consistent with the stylings of those from the second lathe world, lathe Hesh, your home.
What? Uh-oh.
That is a very reasonable answer.
What are the Lord's Dragon doing out here?
Apparently deploying cognito viruses.
That's not allowed. I wonder if
Does
this
that
is
ever
why my
stop the Lord's Dragon?
I wonder if this is one of the reasons why my mind got wiped. Oh boy. All right. I want to access the records of the tech priest. Was he born on with the spandex boys?
Uh, let just give me a moment. Because this is going to require a test as well. This is probably also going to be scrutiny. Um, hmm, yes, scrutiny minus 20. Now, this is data analysis, so just your eyes won't help, I don't
How
think.
dare you? Now you're saying I
Hey,
have to
you
just
can
rely on
plug
my
in.
implants. No, no. Are you insane in the membrane?
No,
That's not how you deal with cognito hazards. Do you know how much of a deep dive I've done over the past couple of weeks?
look,
How dare you?
I just want to give Eloa the mind lock trait.
Mm. All right, so you said scrutiny minus 20.
Yeah.
Thank God. I,
What?
scrutiny is a perception skill.
So, yeah. His records indicate him as having been born on the spandex. But on closer examination, there are a couple of little inconsistencies. And, well, even the best of the Mechanicum, they will occasionally make little errors, for they ha- for they are born of the imperfect flesh, and they cannot, and only the Omnissiah can claim perfection in this life. But this is a few more than normal. This looks to you. This looks tampered with.
Hmm. So the way he has arranged his shrine is the way Eloa does, and it looks like he heavily modified his records for always have been here. Is that is that correct?
Essentially, it's impossible to say if he was the one who modified them. Whatever they were before modification is long gone, and the records of who created the records are similarly long gone.
You're
But
saying
someone edited them to
you're,
make it look
s-
like he's been here forever.
you're saying whoever did this also has a 65 int.
Well, perhaps only a 57.
All right. Um, is that all the information I can glean uh from his like personal room? Because
That's the most obvious stuff. I mean, if you want to try to look for anything in particular, you uh, might there might be more, but yeah, that's what jumps out at you.
all right, I want to uh
Oh, by the
because you
way,
Hmm?
did you ever actually ask for what this priest's designation was?
I think I was told. I don't remember. That was 2 weeks ago.
Uh, See, I don't actually think they said what it was.
Okay, hang on.
I
I'm
don't think
ready.
so either.
Okay.
Well, I mean, to get to his record, yeah, you would definitely see it. Just so you have it for the note. Elohim 4-15.
My lord. It is and it's Elohim and his boy Adonai. Alright, his name is Elohim 415. Captain's log. Okie dokie. Now, you know how we've uh taken courses in demon hunting?
Yeah.
Given the nature of this virus, not only is it, uh, not only is it like a string of code, but most likely chaos code. I want to look for signs of um, demonic interference, specifically things arranged in his house by any of the four big ones, holy numbers. Uh, Try to look at things to see if they've been arranged where you wouldn't see it at first glance, but it would be like demonic sigils, stuff like that.
Uh, sure.
I have the distinct feeling it's not going to be Korn or Slaanesh. but
You
you never know.
can, hmm,
Oh, and I also want to ask the people with me to spread out and search and let me know what they see and if they see anything unusual, because there might be some imprints left that are uh, hidden from my sight. And by that I mean the, my most of my body is no longer organic, and there might be, you know, some stuff that might not be caught by the cameras that are my eyeballs.
hmm, anything that is too etheric to be detectable by machine.
Exactly.
Um, sure. Yeah, there are a couple of numerical patterns you notice a few times. Uh, thing, quite a few things are in groups of 5, which, to your knowledge, doesn't not correspond with any of the dark gods. But close behind it are clusters of 6 and 9. Those do correspond with dark gods, though it may simply be coincidental. Totes. Coincidences exist in this universe, right?
Numerical patterns, all in groups of 5, followed closely by the funny number.
6 and 9. Yes. Not 69,
Yeah.
but yeah. Groups of 6 and groups of 9.
Uh, so 6 and 9. So Slanny Boy and Zinch.
Those are the corresponding ones. And I'll make a scrutiny roll for your organic friendos. There are enough of them that they can get maximal assists. All right.
They certainly rolled a 4.
For about 15 minutes, uh, one of the Vanguard will come down and approach you. Lady Magos, I think I might have found something, though I can't quite say what. Was gone the second. Was gone when I took a closer look at it.
Every detail is important. Please describe it as best as you are able.
Was- It looked like a little doll.
Oh my god.
Like you know, on some worlds they have these furry animals, and they make wool. Like someone had taken wool and stitched it together into a little doll, like a little Magos doll.
W- Uh, any specific uh, markings on the doll? Were the robes of this world? Or was it a generic member of my order, simply Red Robes of Mars.
Red with black and gold hemming.
Black and gold. Is that Vindalex?
Uh, Let's actually just double check it. Very possible it is. I rather believe it is. Yes, well, Vindalex is red and gold for the most part.
Oh, okay. Then who's black and gold? Because isn't Lay of the
Well,
World Hash gold and red?
it's like main color red, but with gold hemming. Um, and yeah. Let's see if they actually bothered to write it down what the coloration is. At least on a quick look on the wiki, the only mention of robes is blood red.
Okay. So for your 40k versus Merzendi, am I familiar with this heraldry?
I don't think you would be, no. It's very, it's essentially unheard of to have mixed color hemming.
Hmm. All right. Someone died.
And did a bet.
Okay, hang on.
Good night, Sleepy Bang.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking notes.
okay.
Creepy doll of Amigos spotted by Stormy. Had a robe on, red trimmed with black and gold. Do not recognize heraldry.
First, I just thought it's an affectation, but then thought about it, and that's not the sort of thing a member of your order usually does. So I went in to take a closer look, and well, it simply wasn't there no more.
Can you show me where you saw this?
Aye, right this way, Magos. Will lead you into, yeah, it'll lead you up and into Elohim 415's sleeping chamber,
Oh boy.
and indicate uh, a little s- uh, skeletal framed steel table by the side of the charging slab. Right on
So
there.
so we all do sleep like Cyborg and Teen Titans.
At least this one does.
Alright. Uh, so, uh, what role do you want for a heckin' squint of this room?
What sort of
S-
squint are you doing?
Um, can I first begin with type band scan uh my aspects?
Uh, sure. So, type band, are you looking for? What specific frequency are you looking for? Like
Uh,
etheric frequencies?
yes, I'm specifically going to be looking for etheric entities because at least as far as Eloa would know, um, well, she was never given a doll as a kid, and we don't let cherubims wear the red robes of Mars. Well, not one's patterned in such a way, anyways.
And especially, this world does not have sheep on it.
Yeah,
And nowhere for the wool to have come from.
I do have a question about the planet, and I probably asked it last time, but is the planet like so I see how it's cored out, you know. Is that just part of the planet, or is the whole planet throughout the entire thing cored out and then artificial?
That's just some deep mining that has been expanded into city blocks.
Okay, so I'm
Similar
guessing.
to Moab, where it's like a hive, but downwards.
So I'm gonna guess that all the dirt is just like hard packed, high iron, oxidized iron dirt.
Probably.
Okay, makes sense. So there's an yeah.
Yes. You don't need to roll, I'll just tell you. You aren't going to pick up any entities, but there is a little disturbance around the table. Like something had just been there and is now gone, and now there are ripples in the lingering energy.
Fully expect there to be like not necessarily like big entities or something like that, but like psychic backlash and maybe as creepy as it is, like an imp or two.
No, there aren't there aren't even any sprites around.
Mm. All right, and now I will do a heckin' screw with my peepers.
So what are you looking for, and where are you looking?
I am going to begin a very careful examination and disassembly of his bed. Specifically, any parts that might. I want to look like on the inside parts of where stuff is machined for any iconography that's maybe been scratched into it, that kind of stuff. And then I'm going to ask the stormtroopers to look with their, meatballs
Sure.
rather than my glorious cameras.
+0 scrutiny, I think,
Plus
here.
zero screwed. Okay. I am using my eyeballs, so I get my bonus from that, yes?
Yep. Why was there?
You asked
Hmm?
for the Stormies to look. I rolled for them.
Oh,
They're not
oh,
trained in Scroot though. They're bad.
yeah, but there are enough of them that, well, they when they're acting as a collective, they can just have their +20 assist, at least for this.
So they barely succeed.
Yes. Not that it really matters, as for now there isn't anything that they see that Eloa doesn't. Yeah. Disassembling the bed. Yeah, there are no bits of iconography or anything. No. Uh, no scrolls or sigils of dark gods or ruinous powers or abominable intelligences. But what there is that, well, right under, well, yeah, right under what is essentially the pillow part, like
The headrest.
yes, headrest. Thank you. Right under the headrest, there's a bit of metal that just catches your eye because the way it catches the light is slightly different from everything else. And if you do an Auspex scan on it, which I assume you will, but I just want
Yes.
to, you'll find, yeah, it is of a slightly different composition than the main body of the sleeping slab. There is an additional mineral alloyed in, or a few, largely silicon, but not all. It's like someone melded a piece of glass into it.
Is it black?
I mean, it's been melted into the metal, but yeah, you're probably smart enough you could potentially figure it out. Yeah, could you make me a trade chemist roll?
I am glad I maxed that out. Difficulty, please.
Minus 20.
Ready? I'm afraid that I only have a +10 to this. Doesn't matter.
Well, using your data pad and your knowledge of chemistry to map out the uh, what the physical structure of this would probably be. Yes, you can surmise it's very likely this glass, if it was separate, it would be black.
My God. Because I know that you know, but for everyone else, Blackstone, while it's used in pylons to repel the warp, if it is treated another way, it enhances the ability of the warp and gives warp entities a foothold. It's very much a double-edged weapon. Okie dokie. Well, Merzendi, I do indeed have the mechadendrite for it. If the headrest is not detachable, then I can make it detachable.
And it's not in the headrest, it's gonna be
The plate beneath it?
yeah, yeah. So you will definitely need to use your mechadendrite to extract that.
Alright. I'll let the. Of course they know, but I'm going to tell them I'm going to be lighting up a plasma torch so they don't, look into it. I mean, even I'm not sure if Stormy Visors have the auto dim that, like, what are they called? The Venatori do. The Crimson Guard.
Probably do.
Okay, well, never mind then. I'll just I'll make sure that people see that I'm lighting up the plasma torch.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna cut that part out, and I am going to stow it away in like uh, uh, like a lead line container. Lead doesn't do anything against psychic stuff, but I don't want anyone touching it. So just a container will do.
Yes.
I can inscribe it with holy symbols and stuff later. All right, so that will be our first bit of evidence. Um, so that's what I found by scouring this room, correct?
Yes.
So how many rooms are there left? I already went to like his shrine and his bedroom. Anything else?
Suppose probably he would have a bathroom. And mid-rank data. Yeah, just a general purpose front room that includes like nutrient dispensers and
Delicious NutriPaste.
yeah. So, I mean, if you want, you can dissect his shower for information.
I mean, how do we know he hasn't gotten his hands on our mecha goats and been sacrificing them in his bathroom? See, I don't want to leave without thoroughly examining everything. I feel like I've already hit the beats for this, but I don't know. So
Yeah, I don't think there's anything more you could find unless you have some inspired idea as to something specific to look for uh, that you think would be relevant.
not really. The only thing I'd be doing is, since this is a forge world, while he may not have cameras in his room, there are cameras everywhere. And I want to review the camera footage from the all of the time around the event, because I'm sure they don't know exactly when the event happened, but they do have a time period, and I do have a lot of upgraded mind processors.
Yeah.
You just watch it in 2x speed, it's fine.
You can probably watch it at like 8 times speed.
And with that,
You
I
know,
really. Hmm?
if you got a binary cortex, you could watch it at 8 times speed twice.
My God.
Yeah, go use the restroom.
Yes.
Well, just say for everyone, this is likely to be just Eloa possession, so
Okay. Look, I can't complain about that. I have no right.
yeah. Um, normally I would offer to give you some NPCs, but I'm
We don't have any there other than Jeff.
who's on the ship.
Yeah. So I have my fucking grenadiers who aren't really stormtroopers. Sorry, guys. They're going to contribute so much. Their 4 train skills. So what did I miss while I was in the bathroom? Was Eloa just creeping on this guy's apartment more?
Were you here for the creepy doll?
No, I think that's... You were just describing something about wool when I sat back down.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah. Eloa had the bright idea that there might be things a more organic person can see that she can't, because she's so mechanical, she's a bit numb to etheric activity. So she sent the Vanguard to fan out and look around, and well, one of them saw a creepy little doll that was in the shape of a Magos, all knitted out of wool,
Creepy.
and yeah, he like saw it. Oh, huh, weird toy. Then stopped for a moment, thought, "This is the Mechanicus Adept. They don't have toys." And then when he went to closely examine it, it wasn't there anymore.
Spooky.
And that was what prompted Eloa to have a proper look inside the bedroom.
So, Tech Bro got possessed by Pazuzu. Got it.
Uh-huh. Uh, Yeah, I think that was
And you
that was the big thing while you were gone.
Hello.
Yeah. All right.
uh, I do have a question for you, Merzendi, and it's more of how your world's lore works for stuff that I want to end up trying to do. Because there's a lot of there's a lot of conflicting ways on like the nature of the emperor and stuff like that, and what certain things can do. So you know how I basically just want to play Necron, right?
Yes.
And how and so I eschew all of this the psychic abilities for more mastery of the materium. Now, I was reading it wasn't just a thing in SCP, but it's also a thing in um, 40K. One of the a power of belief and all that aside, is that Big E is kind of the a deity of order, which is why he's anathema to chaos, right?
Mm, theoretically.
I was wondering, um, it's not so much like it's from stuff I was reading and from even like D&D with like the the clockwork abilities, where you basically just use order for uh to impose your will, but those dip a bit too much into magic. What I'm asking is for, how I make a sanctified ammunition by inscribing data tines on the casings and the bullet itself.
Yes.
I'm wondering if when I do my big interrogation of this guy, if it would be possible to use um, to build like a room or like or a box, basically a large box that is all incredibly like uh, the madness of perfect order, where it's just like it's all geometric with like holy data tines and stuff like that, and everything's like perfectly geometric and ordered to a for because what I'm going to do, because I am going to have to uh, eventually I'm gonna have to interact with this to be able to try to fix it. I was wondering if it is possible to, withhold sacred unguents um, and basically weaponizing math. If I could make a sanctified room.
Yes, and it's already been done.
Oh, okay.
Where that's essentially where they're keeping him.
Well, I wasn't sure if that was actually a thing because they could
It's
have. You
it's
could.
it's
They could have.
normally just generally called a warded room, but yes, like the Mechanicus has ways of making those.
Yeah. Well, normally when I think warded rooms, I think the psychers were involved in the making of it, and I was thinking about just the domination of the material over the physical. But the material over the metaphysical. Sorry, in
Well,
that we are in the physical plane right now.
That's what you think.
I mean,
there were no psychers involved. There may have been a little bit of the life's blood of the innocent and the tears of virgins, but
you
that's
mean
just normal for the Imperium.
the Tears of Virgins? You mean every one of the Adeptus Mechanicus?
Yeah.
That's not hard.
Yeah, that's why
Quite a
some tech
few.
adepts have to keep their organic eyes so they can just supply their own unguent.
It from someone who would have expected to engage in sexual intercourse and never did. So, like the tears of incels.
So, like a quarter of the mechanics.
Yeah, stuff like that that is physical and non-psychic, but does have emotive resonance. And
Yeah, and it's not just like stuff I'm making up. My character literally can cast quote unquote miracles. It was
mhm,
just how could I use Magos knowledge in such a way that I could help myself in the thing that was specifically designed to kill me.
it yeah, that is where the Ortecas have put Elohim 4-15. Uh, it's anywhere else, and he would, and even just having him interact with organic people, like they'd probably end up being carriers, and the virus would spread enormously. And they don't want to just kill him. They want to do the proper execution, and well, they have to fix everything first.
Yeah, if you unfortunately be with the cognito hazard virus, we still need him alive to scry from him to pry from him the act because it's also like a psyker thing. He needs to be alive for us to scry to pull from him what we need to uh the antidote. Unlike if he was just carrying a normal super virus caused by the machine gods, we could just turn him into liquid pulp and then you know process that.
Yeah. And as much as they would like to, they really, really fucking want to. They, strictly speaking, can't.
And even with my good relationship with the Eldar, I don't think this is one of the ones that uh, Nurgle's kidnapped wife can help me with.
Would I would Nurgle actually be the god of like computer viruses? I think he
It's
would.
it's the lady that he's kidnapped.
Well,
You
no, but I
sure?
mean, if he's the god of like pestilence and disease, right? Like, would computer viruses for the Mechanicus fall under his umbrella?
I don't know. I would always thought it would be
Um,
like a Zinchian thing
Yeah, but
because
he's most of all the god of entropy and decay.
I mean, that's
Like,
definitely the Mechanicus. Never
Yeah,
mind
and
that.
physical diseases fall under that because they break stuff down and they lead to new life. But computer viruses, they don't tend to kill; they tend to just change and control. So
Okay,
I
so
I
that would
would
be Zinch. Okay.
say that's more Zinch.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
So
So
what?
probably a slightly shared domain, just like everything is slightly shared with Slanesh.
So what you're saying is I have to do something Zinch wouldn't think of. All right, let's invite an orc Wa, and then paint the planet purple. Got it. Zinch can't infect us with a virus if he can't find us. That's a
No,
five-hit
no, no.
move.
You don't even need to paint it purple. It's already red.
Yeah, we
You
just go
just
fast.
yeah. Just get the orcs to give you a push, and then you'll go so fast that Zinch can't catch up.
A plus.
Of course, disclaimer: not how any of this actually works, but it would be fucking hilarious.
Are you sure it's not actually how this works? Because if the orcs think it's how that works.
Their power of belief is reality lube, not reality override.
Ow.
They'd make this world go a little bit faster than another world they just gave a random push to, but not sufficiently so that it would help. But anyway, I believe you wanted to look at cameras.
Yes.
All right. At least here, there's not really anything notably unusual. Comes and goes at his designated shift end and shift starts. Or, well, a little after shift end, a little before shift start. He's uh, checking on his logs. Until the event started, he was either perfectly punctual to his workstation, or had a reasonable excuse. Reasonable excuse involving at one point, you see him step out his door, get shot, and then end up in a running firefight with a squad of the Militum Nox.
Wait, this world hasn't been purged of Militum Nox yet?
Uh, Certainly, it wasn't at the point of this video. I mean, they've invaded it multiple times.
Okay.
Remember, this is until the truce you guys negotiated. This was an active conflict zone. Spandex has actually at a couple of points been in danger of falling to the Nox, though has not actually capitulated. In that little running fight, you can see, yeah, conducts himself admirably, bravely, and logically. And though, well, one of his arm actuators was damaged beyond the point where he could attend his shift, he did drive them off. There is a matching maintenance log for that day, and checking himself in to have his arm repaired. consulting that, yeah, no indication of any logic viruses. Admittedly, they didn't do an in-depth check for that for a armor repair from combat damage. They're not that paranoid. Perhaps they should have been, but they weren't.
Perhaps they should have been worried about what?
Well, perhaps they should have done an in-depth check for logic viruses and cognito hazards when he got his armor repaired.
Hmm. All right. Now, I was honestly a little bit. I was honestly thinking that the Nox had infected him, but given everything we know now, I think that Voxford is a good person to blame. We might blame them anyways because that's an excuse for exterminatus, but you know.
I mean, they are
Why?
already traitorous extremists.
Why would you want to externalize this planet?
Not this planet, yeah,
Well,
goof.
where?
Huh? Find where the Nox came from and blow that up. Although I'd like to use a world afterwards, so I guess I'm not going to use a virus bomb. Also, I have to
Virus
get.
bomb
Did
is
the
the
know
one
the
you
Nox
use
come
when
from?
you
They're just
they
a
are an
PMC,
interplanetary
right?
mercenary group.
Yeah. And they're probably incorporated somewhere, right? Or were.
Uh, Strictly, they were incorporated on Zambique, and then they were declared heretics for supporting shit on Schindelgeist, and fled/went underground until they re-emerged during the war.
So we should exterminate Zambique. Got it.
I mean, it is still in the throes of a labor uprising.
Yep, checks out.
Unfortunately, the segmentum will kill you if you do. It is a world that is required for access to the Gothic sector from anywhere else.
No, listen. The planet will still be there. It will just be a lifeless husk.
Unfortunately, they need the docking facilities and fuel reserves. So,
Well, those can be put into orbit.
I mean, the docking facilities already are, but yeah, there's a huge amount on the planet that you would either need to replace very quickly or get vendetted by Segmentum Command.
Well, I mean,
Not really a threat for you at this point, is it?
yeah, no, they can get fucking line.
All right. So, I so the camera footage doesn't reveal everything, even on uh like the days on or around where the infection began.
Just continued attending his work. Well, at least the camera footage here, he left at the normal time. He returned at the normal time. One day, he is slightly scruffled. And if you consult that against logs, you will see he engaged in an intimate liaison with a junior tech adept.
Oh my.
Genetic compatibility was found, and prior to the event, they were scheduled to have a birth in 3 solar years. Unfortunately, the event happened, and she was one of the first victims of the logic virus, along with everyone else in his workshop. And uh, and the day before he was incarcerated, it's the only one where his behavior is markedly unusual.
The day before?
The day before he was taken into custody as the prime vector of the infection. He steps out of his room at the normal time and just looks up at the vid feed and stares into it. And could you please make a willpower test?
I refuse.
Saw that coming.
And alright, now let me look over my things again.
Base difficulty is +0. Defense, whatever defense is equipment or talent wise, you. Well, actually, no. I think I said equipment didn't apply.
Oh no, there's a reason why I have strong-minded and hardened soul now.
Yeah. Your talent defenses against psychic stuff apply. Right. He just stares into the picked capturer for 5 minutes straight, and then breaks away and walks. It's not walking in the direction of his workplace. It's already been it's already been closed down because of number of people reporting rehabilitation. Well, yeah, because of the number of people who have been rehabilitated. Just walks randomly. And Eloa can feel just a little trickle of oil running down one of your cheeks from where your cybernetic eyes have been implanted. Or when he was staring into the camera, I'm pretty sure there was something fucky happening.
Well, yeah. Which is why that entire part of the vid scroll is going to be locked down by the order of the Inquisition.
And the entire vid had already been locked down by order of the High Orteca. You were just allowed to look at it because, well, you have been allowed to investigate.
All right, well then I'll mark that entire 5-minute time as uh hazardous cognito hazard, rank Magos or above recommended. All right, so that's all I got.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Um, I'm gonna perform a quick self-diagnostic. Were any of my seals punctured, or was this all just? Was it they were punctured, or it has anomalously formed you know, normally be rivers of blood, but rivers of oil on my cheeks like stigmata.
Um, one of the yeah, one of the rubberized seals in your faceplate appears to have atrophied somehow.
Fascinating. All right. Um, how far back has this Magos been? This not Magos. This tech priest been going? Has I assume that most Forge Worlds are very sedentary about when they give you a plot, you're there until you die, and then your augments are recovered. I don't imagine there's not a lot of, well, I decided to move to a better neighborhood. Unless you rank up, of course.
Yeah, your housing unit is determined by rank. He has been here since he uh, according to his records, which as you know are not necessarily reliable, he has been here since he passed the trials to become a fully initiated adept a little under 7 years ago. Yeah. Weird coincidence there.
Hmm?
You remember that date? It's when you first arrived in Sector.
What?
Wait,
Jesus
how many years
Christ.
ago?
7 years?
Oh shit, June's had
Little
a
under
birthday.
7.
Huh?
Thought it'd only been 6.
As I said, little under 7.
Ow.
And of course, you did not all get here at the same time. Of course, whether Juno's had a birthday or not is. Who knows what the Imperial calendar is?
Remember, the Imperium was, this entire setting was made by Britbongers, and they don't have our weird alcohol laws.
Also, legally, Juno is 5 years older than she physically is.
That's right.
We did a jump to the left. Alright, I'll be back momentarily.
Yeah, I think it's still a couple months till Juno turns 21. Vaguely think I mathed it out so that like she's gonna pop her kids out like 3 months after her birthday.
Hmm.
Yeah, Juno's such a baby.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
I mean, chat does bring up an interesting point that, I forget if I suggested last session. Because who else other than a Dark Mage says will probably have had experience not being killed by Imperial assassins?
Frank.
Be-
A Chaos Lord.
You know, I don't think Frank really would, TBH. His whole thing is like shapeshifting and assuming new identities. I kind of feel
In
like they wouldn't be able to really track him properly.
Well, who knows? Maybe he could just teach you how to do that, and then the assassins have no idea what to look for.
Yeah, that'll be real hard. Who on this enormous ship in the captain's seat could possibly be our target? Yeah, that doesn't really work so well when you've got a bunch of things like holding you down.
It's true. It's true. Clearly, optimal solution is just to jet off into the black.
I mean, look, if the custodian thing ends up going badly, Juno leading these people on a merry chase away from Augie and her family is not a bad option, TBH.
She just needs to survive for like 5 more months for her family to not just be inside her.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, just shit talking with Savin while you were away.
Okay. Um. It is worth. Sorry, it is worth bringing up. Although I'm sure you remember, my armor is it, the best quality aside. It is completely hexagrammically locked.
Yep.
Okay, good. This as long as this is remembered.
You're the one who needs to remember that.
Unfortunately, this is unfortunately, with the method of transmission here, that isn't actually gonna help.
Gotta put the hexagrammic wards on my eyeballs.
I mean, yes, that would actually help. You'd also... I'd have to impose like a -20 to all of your perception tests, because you'd just have flipping runes in the way.
I mean, that's worth it for
You
this
could do
adventure.
it.
You just pop out for different eyeballs later.
But yeah,
It's
yeah.
not a
If
bad idea.
at least at least in this stage while you're investigating, you are just being exposed to the cognito hazard through, um information transfer, and a lot of that is visual based. So yeah, like if you want to just go talk if you want to just go requisition some spare eyeballs that are inscribed with fucking warding runes, you you probably can. And that might be a worthwhile thing to do.
I'm going to be doing that. Those cool contacts that people do for cosplay, to make to like to get the same kind of like, and the super cool kids that have the what is it, the Naruto eye things that one emo kid has. They'll put those in their eye. It'll be pretty great. I remember horror stories about people not putting them in right. But yeah, I'll just do that. But those are my eyes.
Yeah, so you'll need to make a requisition for new eyes, and
Never.
um, one for applying the wards.
Okay, now I actually have to look at I have a plus 60 to interacting with the Adeptus Mechanicus. It's great.
Yeah.
I think I calculated up and I was at like a plus 70 technically, because it's my armor, my staff, my being a Magos to begin with, Opus Mechanicum. Yeah, that's like 20. That's like 80 or something like that.
Aren't you
Let me
fancy?
look at Magos. Well, because the Mechanicus, when they see how cool you are and all the cool stuff you're wearing, they're like, "Hey, hang on, this guy over here."
Alright, so what quality eyes do you want?
Let me look up my talent real quick because I do have a talent for acquiring stuff. I will spend a fate point to lower the rarity of a requisition item by 1 degree, so I will get best quality eyes.
Sorry. Say
Hmm?
that again?
I have Artificer Armament.
Uh,
From the Mandragora Apocrypha. Artificer Armament. The vaults of the Forge Worlds contain the deadliest weapons mankind has ever devised. Some are even put to use and trusted to the most senior of Scutarii veterans. A character with this talent may spend a fate point to lower the rarity of a requisition item by 1 degree.
just give me a moment.
Okay.
Alright, and I believe your tech priest background also does that, right?
Yes.
So it's down by 2 levels, so acquisition table. So rare turns into average. So it'll be a minus 30.
Don't forget
Uh,
Pure
Best
Mechanicus
quality.
applies to influence checks.
Hooray.
I'm entirely trusting Stray to calculate all of the positives here. So
Y-
I'm
It,
just expecting Stray to decide to spend influence.
Chop. I have to also look at. Hang on, I have to look at the writing for one of these things, otherwise I won't be able to count it. Just have to scroll down. Okay, the Opus Mechanica is specifically fellowship tests, not like some stuff where it's you get a plus 10 to all tests with the Adeptus Mechanicus.
alright.
Specifically fellowship, so I'll take that away. Yeah, I think it's only a plus 10 then. Yeah.
Alright. And now the wards
I
are
can make those, it just takes time.
yeah, it takes time. So do you want to take time, or do you want to requisition
Ooh,
them built in?
time is not something I have, is it?
No.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. How much
So
for boarding?
those are extremely rare. Since you're getting them applied to a cybernetic, I'll let that apply. So that'll be a minus 30. Do you want to spend another fate point to get artificer armament again?
Uh, no. I have the feeling that depending on how long the session goes, I'm going to need as many fate points as I can.
Oh, I do happen to know that tomorrow is an American holiday.
It is. I at least can stay up forever.
Mm.
Which means that I need as many fate points as I have.
Correct.
Yes. So, it's again a -30, so looks like it'll be a net +20 again.
Okay. I scrolled down, sorry.
Right?
Okay. Why did I get 69? They would be heart-shaped then.
So, you've already got bionic sensors installed.
Mhm.
S I am going to rule, it is going to take you a day to fully acclimatize when you switch between them.
That's fine.
So
So,
so during that day of acclimatization, you aren't going to get any of the benefits, like any of the positives from the eyes.
Should at least benefit from the hexagrammatics, because that's kind of
Yes,
built in. Okay.
yes,
That's the important part.
yes. And yeah, when you have the hexagrammatic eyes installed, I mean, you are going to have a -20 to visual based tests just because
yeah,
of the interference of the warding runes.
there's a reason why I chose best quality. I just need to scroll down to look at what bonus best quality gives me so I can subtract that from the -20. Add that to the -20, I mean. Best quality senses, come on now.
Not actually called out. Good quality is called out as a +10.
Oh. Weird. And what's the advantage of getting best quality then?
They're extra fancy.
Oh, they're gold plated, got it.
You can, in fact, have heart-shaped irises even without getting a 69 if you want.
Could always ask Galactic what she'd prefer.
However, I have. No, I haven't really with cybernetics. With some things, I have put in a extra benefit for best quality
Mhm.
where it's not normally listed, but no, I don't think I've normally done that for cybernetics. So,
You have for other cybernetics, but not specifically senses.
oh, then yeah, I will. And if I've
It's
done it for other cybernetics, then yeah, I will allow you to bring that up to a +20 with best quality. So for today, you are going to have a -20. After today, when you are finished acclimatizing to the new eyes, you will be at a +0.
but that just means I won't have +20 for like I won't have the bonus from the eyes. It'll just be like I have normal eyes in.
Mhm.
Got it.
But they protect you against demon shit.
I mean, listen, I, I pop in the good eyes when it's just me and Eclectic in our room. These are my fighting eyes.
It's always going to take you a day to get used to switching between them.
Do
So
you know how many friggin' months we spend in space travel? I have time.
not as many as you used to. Your ships are fucking fast.
Yeah, you got
I
here
don't
in
own
one
any
day.
ships. Anyways, so yeah, all right. So slap me with some new eyeballs and let's continue.
Yep. So what do you now? You have
All right.
investigated Elohim 4-15's residence, seen him on the vids.
Well, Now, what has happened to the bodies that have been affected? Have they been instantly incinerated?
Yes.
Okay, well, that means I can't exactly pull apart any. I can't perform a dissection.
Well, there are more victims being detected routinely. If you want one, they'll will probably be like a couple of hour wait, but they can just put a sign out that the next one doesn't go directly to incinerator, it goes to cold storage for dissection. But yeah, generally, because of the risks, the bodies have been incinerated, their cybernetics have been placed in cold storage.
All right. So my plan is cybernetics first, bodies next, then that guy. Because that guy, that while it may not work like infections in like a regular infection, my assumption, and correct me if Eloa would think otherwise with her big brain, but my assumption would be that like a warp virus, the original host is going to be the most potent to deal with.
Typically, that is correct.
So I want to take apart what he's poke around in what he's infected to see if I can't glean any inoculation, because my character is uniquely uh suited for this task, as she's literally been developing cognito hazardous viruses herself.
Mhm.
She's just creating a kill variant of the dragon, Tears of the Dragon.
Mhm. And everyone needs a hobby.
Listen, just imagine dropping it on a population you don't like, and then you can take all their goodies.
Yeah. Put it directly on Psychothrath.
I
Back
mean,
momentarily.
I would actually assume that nothing that no virus like that I could do would do anything other than annoy about 10% of Cyclothrax's population.
I mean, they're fucking up one of our
Uh,
Forge worlds pretty good. I don't see.
yeah, well, that's why I'm gonna put a virus bomb in them.
Yeah. I mean,
But a virus bomb causes the atmosphere to ignite is the thing. This would just kill everyone where they sat and leave all their stuff behind them. The virus bomb would just kill everything and cause a lot of other things to be exploded.
I don't see the downside.
Well, no, there is no downside. That's why I want to do that one. I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure that people as advanced as Cyclothrath would be able to. I don't think that I'd be able to come up with a virus that they don't already have Norton for.
Well, if it's a new virus, they definitionally can't already be immunized to it.
But they might have already built what Eloa has, and all they do is build and test weapons.
Well, yeah, but you just have to be better than they are, and you probably are.
I mean,
And
but
then you
because
can
they
dab
they have access.
directly on Yelab.
Well, they also have access to unnatural intelligence, so they can go beyond my 65. Cause they suck demon dick.
Well, just roll good. Look, if
Fine, I will. Twist my arm. You've convinced me.
or we could leave Cyclothrath alone and then go defect to the Tau. And not have to worry about this ever again.
But I prefer the elves.
Yeah, but I don't think they take human defectors. I mean, maybe these ones will. They seem nice.
Man, why aren't we fighting Necron? I want to become. I want to become the first Imperial Necron. It'll be great. I just need to steal one of their orbs for a little bit. It'll be fine. The Vanguard officer is taking. I mean, the Federation got blown up a long time ago. Thanks, Horus.
No, the new Federation, the Federation of Allied Planets, the FAP.
And when we go on a defensive action, it's called the fappening.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, only defensive actions here. Like the Roman Empire, it was all defensive actions.
Yeah. They controlled the entire world, ergo anything happening in the world was a defensive action.
Hello,
Hello.
Hello.
Stray and I are just talking about defecting to the Tau again. As you do.
I mean, at this point, apparently someone in the Imperium thinks you de facto have.
Well, they're a poopy butt.
And I was joking that we should just defect with the elves. And then I was lamenting that we don't have any Necrons that I can seal their orbs and lick them.
Look, the Tau know some Necrons. They've apparently engaged in diplomacy with them, so we can just voluntold ourselves to go be the new Tau diplomats. It'll be great.
Anyways. So,
Yes.
Zondals.
Yes.
Cold storage ones first for, I don't know what what do you call this section when it's just a disassembly. There we go. Disassembly and inspection. Then dissection. And then I have some all right, so how is Mr. Elohim being contained right now?
He is in a geometric glass container. Oh, almost a sphere, but not quite. It is an infinite fractal that is fully inscribed with prayers to the Omnissiah. Outside of that, there are 6 purely organic guards. They take shifts watching him. They live in there, inside a full lead chamber that is itself inscribed. Inside of that, there is reinforced layers of plasteel. At each layer, there are more organic guards, out till 10 layers, where finally there is a granite maniple of Skitarii with instructions to terminate anyone from the interior on sight.
Alright. So my plan is I need some time to even with my even with my new specialize. Actually I should add that to my sheet, sorry. Gear add best quality
Please,
bionic hexagrammic eyes.
yeah, and please do note down that you have a net plus 0 to perception when they're installed. Because Lord knows, when it eventually comes up, I'll have forgotten that I said the rewards give a -20.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's typed in, so you can look at my gear if you like.
I mean, I
So,
entirely trust you. I just wanted to say, please do type it in.
all right. So, um, I'm going to need uh a sanctified site, and I don't I and I'm going to express my desire. I don't want to be hunting around for unguents because I'm going to need them on hand as fast as possible.
Yes, you can. Unguents, while you are on the Forge World, you can have an infinite supply of. You need. You do not need to make any sort of test. Now, what do you mean by sanctified site?
um Ideally, while I'm doing this, I would like another one of those warding. I'd like to be in a warding box, but if there's none available, the second best thing would be a sanctified chapel. That uh,
Okay. Site as in location.
site. Yes, sorry, SITE.
Yeah. So, I initially thought like sight as in gun sight.
No, I understand. We've been talking about a lot of visual stuff too. So
Goddamn English language. Um. All right. This will require an influence roll. It is near near unique, so -50 on the rarity modifier.
just to use one.
Yeah,
Uh,
they have
Okay.
they do not have very many, like at least of the level of like the geometric prison that Elohim is kept in. Like if you fail, you'll get a substitute, but it won't be as effective.
Okay. -50 means there's nothing I can. Yep. Okay. Hooray! Nope. And I would like my 3 fate points that I have left.
All right. Well, you have no specifically warded chambers available for your dismantling and later dissection. Uh, yes, they can give you a chapel of a tripartite god. We'll have to wait for things to be cleared out, but that's just a couple of hours. Assuming you're happy with a couple of hour wait.
Jim, that's fine.
Yeah, and yes. Yet a nice, cozy little chapel would at most uh, fit 60 people in, and it is decorated with murals of Blessed Mars. Yeah, the machine god in his 3 forms, and a nice little effigy of the Omnissiah behind the altar. It is, in fact, solid gold.
Neat. But is it gold and black?
Well, his hair has been painted black. It's solid gold with a little layer of paint over it. So black hair, bright blue eyes. Well, one eye. The other is, of course, red dotted cybernetic. Stern expression that is at once understanding and judgmental. It is just a very lovely depiction of the father of mankind, the Omnissiah, the Emperor, he on Terra.
Alright, well, I will point out to every single time Eloa's been suspicious and paranoid character, so the usual sweep, if you please.
Oh yeah. The statue absolutely contains listening and observation devices.
And Eloa is going to just look at it and hmm, while I understand the necessity, do not let anyone below the level of Magos view this recording for fear of further contamination in case of an localized outbreak. Thank you.
There's the sound of long neglected gears grinding, and the statue raises its thumb
Mm,
and nods.
all right. And Eloa is going to begin the dissection of the tainted augments and is going to do that whole because normally when she does stuff like that she does it silently. She's just going to be recording this aloud.
The Ortekers will appreciate this. So, for this, first off, well, are there any preliminaries you want to do before you start taking them apart?
I am going to do like the rights of the like rights of the machine god, uh sacred unju and stuff like that, and I am going to begin as follows: general body scan, then inspection of like because this is like the holy augments, right? So this is like the uh what's it called?
Potentia
Almost
coil
the
and
potential coils, stuff like that. I want to look at like all of um the core and the actuators and stuff like that before of the rest of the body to see how this affects everything else, and then go to the crux of the issue, which are like optical and brain implants. But I want to see how this affects implants on the rest of the body.
okay. So you want to start with scanning and examining them, and then take them apart
Hmm.
afterwards. All right. So first off, let's have you make a +0 scrutiny.
Scroot. I will
This
scroot.
is visual, so currently I'm afraid you have a -20.
No! Should have brought a magnifying glass. Doesn't matter.
All right. Looking over Or for non-cerebral implants. Yeah. There are visible changes. Discoloration. Almost like hold on a second, I need to close my windows. Appears to be raining.
That's fine. I'll take the opportunity to get up and get a soda.
Right, I am back. You straight back?
No, she wanted to get a soda.
Delicious.
Oh, hello.
Coca-Cola.
So yes, as I was saying, you can see discoloration in some places, mineral deposits that have grown on the cybernetics. And, well, are you going to just do a little more spexy on the mineral deposits?
Not just an auspexy, but I'm a 4 ranked chemist.
Yeah. They match the chemical configuration, molecular state that you had projected for that mineral that was melted into Elohim's bed frame.
Mineral deposits matching composition of blackstone?
Well, you don't know if it's blackstone. It is a black mineral.
Okay, then I'm gonna put a question mark of mineral deposits matching composition of unknown mineral, possibly blackstone.
Certainly seems to have similar properties, but like getting a certain um molecular composition for blackstone is pretty fucking hard.
Understandable. If even like what's his name, the creepy crawly, literally creepy crawly, wasn't able to figure it out
Oh,
without help.
yes. He had to suck trays in this staff of light.
That's one of my favorite characters in this entire game.
Mm.
Listen, characters who just shitpost in a grim derp reality are very funny.
Oh no.
That's
Oh
why we
no.
love Kooky Uncle Shitpost.
I just had a realization. A little. We'll see. We'll see.
What's wrong?
Don't worry about it.
Did I
Okay.
make a big misstep?
That's comforting.
Uh, you didn't really do anything other than just remind me of something I should have known for a while.
Okay. I accidentally made it harder on myself. High five, guys.
Well, not so much on yourself.
Is this somehow blowing back on me?
Yes.
Damn it!
I'm sorry, Savin. I didn't mean it.
Fine. At this point, I do sort of have to say, don't I? Otherwise, it would just be cruel. Just, Trazen, the infinite collector of all sorts of abnormalities and curios. Yeah. Couple of people here, in and around the warband who are abnormal curios, aren't there?
Yeah.
Is he even in this sector at this time, though?
He's wherever the fuck he wants to be.
He strays in the fucking infinite. He is in infinite places.
Yeah. The only place where he is confirmed to be at any given point is on Cadia when Abaddon comes through in full force. So
I love.
maybe he's already busy there, and we're just
Listen,
spinning wheels because the Imperium has bad ended.
Maybe he's actually been Mayor this entire time and is just playing a big shitpost on us. I mean, Mayor is like a 99.99% robot. How would we ever know?
Hmm. Yes, chat. Trazen the Infinite is the Pokemon guy.
yeah.
Getting, for example, Juno and Jacques for his Pokeball collection would, certainly be in character.
Listen,
Now it's just up to me if I actually go through with that. Adding more fuckery to what's going on.
Merz, please. We're so close to being done. Leave me alone.
Hey, but then Juno could be put in an exhibit right next to Daddy Dawn.
Look, if that somehow put me in a position where I could, like, hug a Primarch, that might be okay. But, no. Although, actually, isn't Creed there too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright,
Believed to be, at least.
look. Okay. Creed, Juno, and Dorn somehow doing a breakout from Trazen's play sounds pretty dope. But no, leave me alone.
Hey, maybe you can bring the, his Croc along with you. Bring the orcs into your federation.
I mean, if they can behave
I,
themselves.
I mean, yeah, just gotta point them at the good fight and just keep pointing at them. Just keep them distracted.
Yeah, just take the Croc, use it to corral all of the orcs, and get the entire orc species to go join Tusker Demon Killer. And occupy chaos for all eternity with Green Boys.
And that sounds pretty dope to me. I'm on board.
Yeah, I see in no way how that could go wrong.
Yeah,
It's the
it's
perfect.
impossible.
Honestly, that's actually a good idea but well, oh well, GW will never do anything like that. would actually make the setting slightly happy. So anyway, yes. What may or may not be Blackstone, there are mineral deposits on their augments.
Alrighty.
So now you wanted to dismantle them, yes?
Yes, indeed.
All right, if you would be so good as to make me a tech use roll.
Difficulty, please.
You are a Majos of Mechanicum. This is your bread and butter. I'm gonna give you a plus 30.
Okay, well, that'll overmax me, so.
Mm-hmm. Right, yes, and these changes are not just surface level, they run throughout all of the augments.
Discoloration in mineral deposits?
Yep. You are, however, able to determine not that this in no way impacts the actual effectiveness of the augments. Even where the mineral deposits look like they should be in the way of actuators or gears, they still operate perfectly functionally.
So, um, it, uh, the degradation of the virus and the source of people getting on either an information loop or their augments malfunctioning is a source of the mental infection because the augments themselves, despite degradation, work perfectly fine.
At least the physical ones.
Snippy! Snippy?
Snip, snip.
I passed out.
We
We
noticed.
could tell.
Yeah.
It's okay. You're on this kind of schedule right now. It's fine.
Is Snippy with me, or
See,
No.
that's something I never got an answer to from Snippy as to whether you wanted Nasi with Eloa or with the rest of the party.
So, Eloa is off solving the problem of the cognitive virus, right?
yeah?
Yes.
It does feel like a narcissist sort of problem.
Well, let's. Mm, it does. I mean, strictly speaking, you should make the decision without knowing.
Without meta, yeah. It's. Did you.
Yeah,
No, go
right.
ahead, sorry, Merzendi.
I would Nasi go with the main warband to go and speak to the Lady Sector and finalize the peace and finalize the setup for the peace talks, or would she go with Eloa to a Forge World to make sure Eclectic and everything was all right?
Oh god, no, peace talks. Peace fucking talks.
So
I'm not
Eloa will
risking
be
cognitive virus.
Eloa will be going from the Forge World to rejoin the party before the peace talks actually happen.
Will she?
At least that was the original plan, yes. Like,
Oh.
you'll speak to the Lady Sector, but, you'll,
Oh.
all reconvene before you go to the Grand Peace Talks.
Right, yeah. Coming with us is you get to speak to the Lady Sector.
Such hard choices. I barely have gotten even out of bed.
And of course, well, there is the meta knowledge of if you go with the main party, you get to join in Juno having panic attacks about execution forces. And if you go with Eloa, you get to join with cognito hazards. But the meta knowledge is meta knowledge, so.
You know what? Let's just flip a coin at this point. One is a quite normal life without any cognitive viruses. Just assassins. Two is... Oh. Two has a lot more cognitive viruses in it.
If you say so.
Well, Eloa, scooch over, because I'm coming aboard.
Oh boy.
Alright, so.
Do you want me to catch you up, or do you want the GM with her dulcet tones to catch you up with everything I've done?
You do it because you actually have the notes as to what you've learned already, and I might accidentally let something slip.
True. Alright, so I arrived on the Forge World, and this dude started stuttering, and I wasn't about to be rude and make fun of someone for a stutter, but then he just started jittering and jolting all about, and it got cut in half by one of his buddies. And it turns out, yeah, there's a cognito hazardous virus here that has spread from one person, Elohim 415. And originally they believed it to be like another attack by the Nox, but there's been some things to cast aspersions on that. Uh, so for the first one, let me rearrange this so that it makes more sense. Because I didn't get all of these notes in the right order. So he arranges so I went to his house and I tossed his bed. He arranges his personal shrine in the style of Lathe World Hesh, where Eloa is from, an entire sector away. The thing is, his personal documentation has been altered to make it seem like he's been with the Spandex boys ad infinitum, like the entire time. Like he's always been here. However, his personal shrine is in the style of the Lathe Worlds, which is entire region over, and he ascended to the Adepts on the day that Eloa arrived in Sector, like the very same day. His room, Eloa, now having the title of Demon Slayer, was able to go, all right, well, let's look for numerology. Mostly patterns of 5, but it's followed closely by patterns 6 and 9, Slanesh and Zinch. There was evidence of warp activity at his house, but the thing is, it seems to be dispersing. But because Eloa has, cameras for eyes, one of the Stormies saw something she didn't. A creepy doll of a Magos spotted by a Stormy that had a red robe on, and it was red trimmed with black and gold, and Eloa has never seen that heraldry before. But it was, like a creepy doll from a horror movie that had a Magos robe on. But black and gold is not heraldry that we're aware of. Right under the headrest is a bit of odd metal, and Eloa is all but certain that it's warp attuned black stone. A woolen knit doll. So even creepier, yes.
Wow.
A woolen knit doll on a planet that doesn't have sheep. And then, so right under his headrest is Blackstone. And then the cameras find him mostly normal, if a bit scruffled. Went to Pound Town on a junior tech adept, and then she was one of the first victims of the cognitohazardous virus. Day before he was taken in custody was the only odd time. He stared into the vid scroll for 5 minutes, transmitting the cognitohazardous virus. I passed the save for it, but it still caused my some of my connectors in my eye to age and fail and then start leaking oil. And you have just come up upon the next thing. I failed in my role to get like a room that was completely sealed against what are they called, like a ward room. Yeah, the rubberized seal atrophied. So I failed in my role to get a ward room, and I didn't want to re-roll because I want to keep these fate points for later. So I am now in a chapel, observing first. So when these people were succumbing to the virus, their bodies were incinerated and their augments were put into cold storage. I am first looking through the augments, the changes of, and I'm going over the non-visual and cranial implants first. Discoloration, mineral deposits matching composition of an unknown material, possibly blackstone, does not impact the effectiveness of the augments no matter how much they've been atrophied. No matter how much mineral gunk gets into places where it shouldn't work, it still works. And after more examination of the body, we're going to move on to the visual and cranial implants.
Well, I think you could probably try to help a little bit. First of all, with the hell injury. Might be something I've come across.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, because your character has a lot more info than I do. So it was a red robe that was trimmed with a mixture of black and gold.
So, right now, Merz, do you think that I would have managed to snag some more information on Chaos Space Marines? If I paid the XP for it?
Certainly.
Oh god, because I didn't know shit about Space Marines, let alone Chaos Space Marines, but I think after living in the battle bards for a while, I would have had at least one DOS.
Oh, and you did miss a part. The last thing that you missed is that I've ripped out my eyes and put in new eyeballs. They're best quality bionic eyes, but they have hexagrammic wards in them that prevent the transmission of cognitohazards through a visual medium. But
Well,
because
they don't prevent.
yeah, they help against. Sorry.
Yes, will give you a plus 20 to your willpower, so it's like you have a 90% chance of just not being fucked.
Alright, time
The
to put on the Archaeotech's Sutter Shades. Block them haters.
Yeah, Narcy, similarly, is not going to recognize this heraldry. And I think with the two of you looking and doing it, you will be able to surmise this is not actual Forge World heraldry. This combination just, at least in this segmentum, doesn't happen.
fascinating.
This is like someone's idea of a Magos. It isn't an actual one.
Mimicry. I haven't mentioned how much I hate this plant already.
Well, I assumed that you would have told me when we landed here and were immediately quarantined.
Yeah, I don't really want to start criticizing the locals in front of their faces, especially when they have hearing implants, but I suppose.
The
I would
golden
like to.
statue
I
of
would.
the Omnissiah
I don't think
will
he knows.
frown.
I don't think that Snoopy was told. So in this room, Eloa realized that there's a golden statue of the Omnissiah, and realized that the Ortecas were watching and listening in, and out of respect, she didn't connect them, and has been conducting the autopsy while saying aloud what she's doing for their benefit, but has recommended that these be sealed underneath the authority of Magos or above. We are not in a typical Eloa swept location. We're being listened into by the Ortecas.
Oh, that's fine. Let them listen. I'm sure they're fully aware of just how bad their situation is, and that they do not need to be reminded by us.
It is odd that you are considered the diplomat.
Well, my diplomacy usually involves a lot more firepower, more than social tact. You know, when you are in my sort of position, you just kind of wave a gun at someone, put a big old inquisitorial rosette in their face, and they freak out and sort of forget how to think. And you get your way at the end of the day, regardless.
I will take a moment to appreciate the fact that I am your superior. Do not wave your gun around at members of the local population.
Oh god, of course not. I have a fair bit more respect for the more enlightened members of the Imperium. When was the last time I threatened any tech adept? Exactly.
I mean, I know that you did, but I just forget what the world was called.
Exactly, you can't remember.
I mean, Eloa would, but
Vindalex?
uh, was it Vindalex? It was probably Vindalex.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
absolutely
the, the,
ridiculous.
the only Forge Worlds you've been to before are Vindalex and Mizoa. There have
Yeah, it
also
was.
been other, tech adepts on normal worlds, but like those other the Forge Worlds.
Yes, Narcy, on the world where I was raised to Magos, Vindalex.
I had almost forgotten about that one. Weren't they also dealing with like Cognihazard virus thingy-majigger over there?
No, it was a man of iron. Let us continue.
Yes, it did turn out to be the Man of Iron. Ah, good times. I almost missed the planet. Things were so much more simple. You could just shoot the problem out of existence.
Well, this is Empyrean text scroll, so will require more finesse. My goal here is to inoculate ourselves as much as possible before confronting the source and attempting to uh, neutralize it as much as possible, and then send an inoculation update. So I have. We will cease with the study of the bodily mechanical parts and move on to the the visual and cranial implants. I will endeavor to make sure that none of these are pointed towards the camera, as I have witnessed this can be transmitted from vid scroll alone. It does not require actual contact with the person.
That would probably be wise. I feel like I'm woefully prepared for this sort of operation.
Um, your uh, assistance will be useful. Simply do not attempt to look at anything. I am deliberately facing away from you. All right, Merzendi. I would like scan and then examination of the optical and cranial implants.
All right. Once more,
Gonna
that'll be the scrutiny of -20 for your because you're still getting used to these new warded eyes.
gonna dip my hands in some unguents. So, scrutiny -20. No, that's security.
Security.
But can I keep the dice roll? Because that was a 36.
Yes, so your target number would be a
What,
50.
Oh,
So,
yeah, 50, yeah.
kudos. Yeah, discoloration is a lot more apparent. Mineral deposits are constant. And, well, in some cases, the mineral deposits well, in some cases, especially on the cerebral implants, the mineral deposits appear to have grown. You'll need to take them apart to see more, however. So, again, the tech use, if you would.
Indeedly.
The
Tech use.
difficulty here will be a +0 because they're a bit more complicated than the other
Okay.
augments. All right, then, yeah. On dismantling the cerebral and optical implants, yeah. These mineral deposits have grown into brains. They have formed small neural clusters exactly like a human brain, except not quite human.
Now, when you say they've grown into brains, you mean they've created new brains. They haven't just grown into people's brains.
Correct. They have grown into new brains. They have
Ah,
essentially formed brains out of the mineral deposits,
how horrifying.
configured very similarly to an actual person's neural structure. It reminds you almost of the structure of Eclectic's brain, though hers is has more Eldari influence than these, which are human.
So it's turning their brains into this black silica.
It's hard to say just from these. Certainly, there are now black silica brains here.
Mm.
Whether it's transforming or just overtaking them. Can't
So
tell from the augments alone.
that'll have to wait for the autopsy. Alright. So changes of the visual cranial implants.
Yes. In the ones that had both visual and cranial, you can see that Well, it's been a trail that starts from mineral growth at the optical implants and then proceeds up to the cranial, where on the internal of the cranial implants it forms this silica pseudo-brain.
Mineral deposits start the optical implants and grow deeper into I guess pseudo Blackstone brains.
Yes. Yeah, in fact, Snippy has put it perfectly. Yeah, this is a Blackstone neural cancer.
It is super metal.
Got it. So is that all of the? I don't want to spend like another half an hour throwing stuff at the wall if there's nothing else I can pull from just the implants alone.
I think the one last thing to do, and I won't make you do a test for it. And yeah, you do an etheric scan after the dismantling. Yeah, these pseudo brains are all very etherically active.
Got it.
And could you be a dear and give me another test against exposure to the cognito hazard?
Never.
Oh god, I wish we had a
The
Ceiko.
eyeballs are a hexagramic, so plus 20, right?
Yep.
Good thing too.
Right.
Fuck.
So how involved is Narcy in this process?
I don't want to be anywhere near this.
Okay, Ben, fair enough.
My entire brain,
So,
face, eyes, ears, nose, it's all cybernetics.
so if she's just staying away while Ella was working and then coming in to discuss findings, she doesn't need to test.
I've got myself a smoothie and I am not participating in this.
What about Eloa?
What you got there? A
Could
smoothie.
Exactly.
you make an awareness test?
Never.
Just +0. No
Zero.
modifiers apply at all.
But what about the -20 from your eyes?
This is audio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. For a moment, while you were doing that scan, swear you could hear just rasping mechanical laughter.
Spooky.
Are you not gonna turn around and enjoy your jump scare?
No. And besides, I could just turn my optical mechadendrite to look behind me if I wanted.
You're not fun.
But I'm fairly certain that Eloa is smart enough to realize that this is mostly in her head.
Or is it?
No, because then the Stormies would have shot whatever had shown up. She would have at least heard someone yell contact. We have Stormies that
In-
aren't augmented with us.
Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. Savin, you're handling Stormies. If
Sure.
they could make an awareness.
Is this one of those things where they're working together?
Yes.
All right. Hey.
What is... Contact!
Ah,
Well,
shit.
there you go.
Alright. Merzendi. Has my rotor cannon awakened and started aiming?
Nope.
So, the Cognis awakening couldn't click onto anything. Alright.
Yeah, Savin, if you would make the ballistic skill test for for a stormtrooper fire team.
Sure. Any modifiers? Because I don't know how BS works when they're a team.
Oh, I thought I put the rules for that
Here we
in
go.
a special
Yes,
thing.
they sure are. That's 15. Nice. Flap. Oh,
Oh boy, that's not good.
Need to wait for Stray to get back.
can the
If only
officer take a
someone was
shot?
there to command them.
I don't think the officer has time to command, but
I mean, because do we throw initiative at this?
No. I just need Stray to get back because, well,
nope.
on to great success. Oh,
Well,
oh.
you tried, buddy. You tried.
Oh, the Vanguard does not feel like contributing today.
It's all right.
Oh god, I've missed this so much.
So I guess with the officer taking shot, Eloa is going to have to test against 2 hits.
Oh boy. Did we just blue team Eloa?
Well, you made an admirable effort.
You did, in fact.
Yay!
Well, actually, the bolt pistol missed by such a degree that it doesn't. the the Vanguard gun, yeah, it's going to be 1 hit on her. Do they have hell guns? I forget.
Yes, they have overcharged all guns.
Savin,
Oh,
we talked about this. Next time we're gonna try to frag our superior officers. We're gonna use one of these.
I mean, you're right. I should have just thrown my grenades at Eloa.
Oh, damn it. What's the plasma cannon for?
They're fucking Stormies. They aren't allowed to have heavy weapons. It's against the rules.
What? Why not?
I don't know. Ask G-dubs. Fucking Tempesta Science don't get heavy weapons at all, of any kind. Except for their fucking hotshot volley guns.
You know, I'll ask them the moment
Which
that
I don't have.
the one fucking saw that the Imperium actually deploys.
Yes, and it's...
All right, Eloa, if you would be so good, could you make a force field roll?
Sure. It activates.
Excellent. It's sufficient quality, but it doesn't overload. Yes.
Yes, best quality.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. One of the stormtroopers cries contact and sorry, one of the Vanguard cries contact and they open up. The space above your left shoulder is filled with las and bolt blasts. One strays a bit too close, but fortunately it is intercepted by your force field before it lands on you.
What lands on me?
A las blast.
Oh,
My Vanguard has friendly fired you. I'm sorry.
Eloa's going to look up and then like swivel her optical mechanism right to behind her. Merzendi.
Mhm.
Aspect sweep.
Sure. No test required. Once more, there is a little etheric disturbance, just like you had seen in uh, Elohim 415's bed chamber. Just
Etheric.
like something has appeared and then disappeared. The Vanguard are all just looking at the guy who cried contact, and well, doesn't look like it's going to be good for him unless you speak up.
Etheric disturbance confirmed. Scans show that there was a small incursion. Good work. And then she'll nod at the uh, uh, nod at the Vanguard, and then continue with what she was doing.
Yes. So I believe you are now going to move on to the autopsies.
Correct. And I have Mediguerre trained.
Good, otherwise you'd immediately fail this.
I still
you
have
have
the, and I
rubbed
still
me
have the
on
medic.
it.
I still have the medic and mechadendrite too. Let me just pull that up so I remember what it does, because I haven't had to use it because there's a sunshine nerd that just fixes everything before I can get there.
So what are you looking for in the autopsy?
Physiological changes,
Right.
such as would not be expected on a highly irradiated Fort world.
So where are you going first? Like their general augments or up in the head? Because those are going to be two different things.
General augments and up in the head like last time.
Alright. For the most part, their bodies are fine. There are
Interesting.
no physiological changes in the main part of their flesh. Once more, you'll be able to, uh, when you get down into their augments, you'll be able to note the discoloration, the mineral deposits, but doesn't appear to have spread into their organic forms, at least here. Now, for brain stuff, I will have to ask for the Medicare roll.
Okie dokie.
Uh, see. Remind me. Uh, for the brain cybernetics, I gave that a +0, right?
For the brain cybernetics, it was
Was it a negative?
no, it was not a negative. It's just I had my normal one, so it was just a plus 35, so it was a 0.
And yes. +0 on the Mediguerre test, if you
Okay.
please.
Thank Christ.
Alright. And here there are differences. So, you've been a bit lucky. You've got a couple of bodies, people who were detected at various stages of infection. The early ones, various fat black stone forming, crystallizing in their cranium. And then late ones that were further in the infection. Well, as the pseudo brain grew, their actual organic brain has clearly atrophied. And specifically, it's in the parts that are related to free and independent thought, creativity, anything that makes a person a person. Whereas the sections of the brain that are dedicated to rote tasks, memorization, repetition, all that, those have grown, swelled, just as the silica pseudo-brain has swelled.
So are you saying that they've been the right against their will been right of pure thoughted? Or is it
Essentially,
okay?
but worse.
So like it's not just the creative parts, it's the independent parts too.
Yes. Like the one that is most developed, the last body you come to. Looking at his brain, the bits that have swelled are the bits that you would install augments to activate to create a servitor. The bits that have atrophied, the bits you would excise for a servitor. This is a pure organic servitor at this point, but with enough of the sense of self left. But he would have been aware of the neurological trap he was in up until the moment he was euthanized. A perfect organic servitor without the dignity of lobotomization and ego death.
So the biological mind is atrophied, specifically centers of free and independent thought and creativity. What has been enhanced is what logic and rote.
Yes.
Rote memory centers. What else? So enhanced logic and rote memory centers. It appears to be a malign servitorization. Not to for everyone out on the outside in, that's malign as it is, but for someone with a mechanicus brain, it's malign servitorization.
Yes. It is servitorization without the removal of awareness.
Got it.
Well, all things considered, that could have been worse.
All right. So I'm not.
It's just a moment where me and Savin simultaneously just took a massive shit and the mechanics were already lobotomizing most of their fucking ranks. And stomping at any creativity. Definitely an elbow bump.
Here you go.
Yeah. See, the biggest problem with our current situation is this is all warp shenanigans. And we don't have any suckers to rub on it.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have a trained and dedicated psyker with an inquisitorial background.
I mean, we do. I do.
Ah. Huh. I was not aware of that. You know,
Yeah, but should probably inform Snippy as to the way the party is split. So the so going with Eloa was Jeff in command of the Vigil, Tara piloting it, Eclectic because she is literally attached to Eloa, and Ashadra. And were there any other NPCs?
Don't
Going with
believe
them,
so, other
maybe?
than the like 2 battalions of storm or house the House Lupus Guard.
Mhm.
Don't worry, Merzendi. I didn't forget. I didn't forget about that. It's just I wanted to get everything else out of the way that I could do physically before, we had to deal with psychic stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry about the background. There's nothing I can do.
well, we can just assume it's tech adepts slowly losing their minds, as being overtaken by the warp.
Just a chattering cherubim.
And that is what I assume tech nerds sound like. Yeah.
Yep, it's just the screams of the damned. Only appropriate. You know, I hate saying this, but we might have to rub the elves on this specific problem. God, it hurts. It really hurts.
So
You were being spoken to in character.
I was also being not being able to hear anything.
Just letting you know, Snippy was. If
Yeah,
you
no,
would say it again, Snips.
Hello. Could I have a moment of your time, please?
Indeed. 1 second. Eloa will extricate herself from the autopsy table. Yes.
Thank you very much. So, I will try to be as straightforward as I possibly can. My friend, esteemed Magos, Ela, Delta, Omicron, we are dealing with some serious warp shenanigans here. This is just a little bit outside of our area of expertise.
I quite understand. However, I these are the first preliminary steps. The I have a plan for the powers of the Empyrean.
Does it involve the knife here?
Correct.
See, my plan also involved her now. That's what I was afraid of.
To hunt, uh, to hunt or inoculate against the Empyrean. Give me a second.
Yeah, just I really shouldn't be shooting the cherub, but I really want to shoot the cherub.
Anyhow, to hunt something of the Empyrean, we require someone with a long history of being able to do such a thing. However, I wanted to ensure that all of the physical legwork happened before I confronted the source.
Respectable. Remind me to pick up some more inquisitorial proof the psychers on our way back.
Did you have more to say? What?
Um, anything else on the table?
Uh, no, I was going to wrap this up and then convene with uh, minds that are attuned to the Empyrean.
Very well then. I'll be here in the sealed room in case you need me.
This is not a sealed room, this is a chapel.
Look, it's the closest I can get to a sealed room. And the safest I can possibly feel in this ominous air for misbegotten hall. I'll let you get back to work.
I am nearly done. Only the removal of the affected parts and the incineration of the body. I no longer need it.
Very well then.
Alright, and I'll be back in a couple. Someone needs to talk to me.
I have returned.
Alright, well, I'll be back in a couple because someone needs to talk to me.
Oh,
Well, it's fine. Let's grab one of the stormtroopers instead.
sure. Mom,
So, where was this? I heard it was just a very, very slight friendly fire incident earlier.
confess, Mum, my shot went a little wide. Little Gribbly was so small and it was right on the Magos.
So, could you describe what the thing you were shooting at looked like?
Aye. Little.
Alright, I'm back. So yeah, Merzendi.
I was doing a thing with Snips, so.
Sorry.
A little gribbly thing, like a tiny tech adept made out of some sort of fabric. Just walked up on Magus' sleeve and laughed in her ear, and for a second I didn't think I stunned me for a moment, Mum. But soon as I regained myself, I called contact and we opened up on it. Oh, I confess, Mum, little concerned that none of the other troops saw it.
Oh, did any of our machinery indicate increased Empyrean activity?
We'll confirm, yes, Eloa checked immediately afterwards, and there was some.
Okay then, well, you have exceptionally good eyes, lad. Careful you don't lose them.
Try my best, Mom.
I must admit, the things we're facing here. This is unfortunately the one kind of problem you cannot fix with hotshot. So we might have to get a little more creative in the future, but good on you for taking this. That'll be all. Thank you very much for your time, Trooper.
If it helps, Mom, in my experience so far, if you don't think you can fix something with a hotshot, you just haven't applied enough.
Oh, I thought we applied grenades at that point. I might be a little bit behind on the doctrine. Or did grenades simply get more expensive?
Grenades where I should tend to bounce off of everything. Issue with being a shipborne battalion, Mom. Outside of the hotshots, because of how precise they are, can't really have anything that would risk puncturing the hull.
Yeah, I guess you can't just start tossing around plasma bombs inside of a ship. That would be a bad idea.
The trooper nods.
I nod back. Understanding, these people don't get to have the satisfaction of blowing shit up because they're always confined on the ship. And probably have to do 3 times the PT because of the artificial gravity. Poor sons of bitches. I feel for them. Right then,
Seamus
Eloa.
here appreciates it.
Oh god, no. Forming an emotional connection. This man's death would be very tragic.
He has a name now.
No, stop. You can't do this. It's cruel and unusual punishment.
It's too late. I'm writing it in the Google Doc.
No. What's your name, Trooper?
Seamus McKnight, Mom.
Oh, McKnight, if we get off this planet, drinks will be on me. If we don't, drinks will still be on me. Because I haven't had any in a very long time.
He cuts you a crisp salute.
And I give him a nod. Right. Sorry, back to you, Eloa. Just had to find out what kind of ghost was trying to kill your ass.
Oh, was it the same little thingy?
Oh yes, it's like a tiny, it's just a tiny Casper the Friendly Ghost, but instead of friendly Casper Ghost, it's just a tech adept, thinking you're awfully funny. So where were we left at?
Yes. What now?
Um, extract and put in cold storage the augments of the cadaver, incinerate it, put that aside, and now I've done everything in the material realm that I can do. Now it's time to talk to someone that's connected to the Wiggly Wampus, to a brain connected to hell. It's gonna be great. It's fine. We'll just, when you don't know what to do, ask the elves.
Ah, so you're going to ask me, else you aren't going to go into talking to Elohim.
Oh, not yet. Because that's almost certainly going to be very a very difficult skill challenge, and I want to get as much ammunition as possible before I go and touch the source.
Sure. Oh,
It's Snippy. It's better than running arms flapping to a Zinch cognito hazard source,
I
and
don't
our
know.
and our psyker left.
You know
So
what? You are right.
So unless you can bring me a that powerful of a psyker that's been friggin' what's it called when when they've been sanctioned, then no, we don't have one of those.
Okay, okay. What if
We've got the choir, but that's about it, and we need the choir to talk to people.
I was just to inject myself with all the ship supplies worth of spook?
Well, normally this would be the point where I'd ask Juno to pray the gay away, but there's nothing we can do.
That's fine. Just
and
give
you
me
could try to pray for straight away.
I
try.
mean, here's the problem. While I could pray and do a lot of stuff to the Omnissiah, this virus is made specifically to counter stuff like that.
It's fine. I know how to counter it. All I need is some obscura, which is basically meth, and a shitload of spook, which is magical meth. Trust me, it'll totally work, buddy.
Listen, I'm just going to ask the elf for advice. I'll be right back. Oh no! Oh wait, if I become NBC, that means I can sleep on Sundays.
Yay! All right, I need you to go and get need you to go get this cognito hazard.
Okay.
So, there's a slight issue. In how are you getting in contact with the elf?
I get in contact with the elf the same way I get in contact with all elves, by asking another elf to talk to them first.
Yeah, wasn't she kind of out of it?
Who?
Oh, she largely recovered in
Yeah.
the time you were away. But yeah, it's more in the case of well, you're on the surface, she's in the ship, and well, traveling between them. If you take a ship up there, it's at risk of spreading cognito hazard. And if you vox up there, well, certainly Elohim spread it through a vid feed. That might spread it.
Surely eclectic. They can talk to each other on on the soul level, right? That's what everything all Eldar do.
Oh, I thought you'd left Eclectic up on the ship as well.
Remember last time when I said no, I hadn't, and then Eclectic had to make a save against the Cognito Hazard and passed?
Yeah, she's been on the planet.
Oh.
Which I guess means she
Let-
needs to have made a bunch of saves against the Cognito Hazard.
No, it was only just me. I wasn't bringing her to
Oh,
those
okay.
parts.
Where did you leave her then?
The ship? Well, the drop ship.
She's hanging out in the Triaros. Because I wasn't. It's basically like that's my that's my center of contact, and I'll go back there. But the thing is, I'm not bringing. I'm sure she understands. I'm not going to bring her along to certain things that unnecessarily. I'm just going to bring the fleshy boys.
Yes. Yes. At least once you explained what the danger was here, she would absolutely understand. However, I do have bad news. She is not an active psyker. She cannot do soul-to-soul talks with a Shadra.
Ah,
But
come
you can
on!
eat the virus.
Listen, that was on. Listen, stay out of my head. I'm watching a cat eat a cable. I'm gonna stop that. Stop.
Good idea.
So, a teenager cat, I suppose you would call it. Oh, still a kitten, apparently. Anyways. Why is my life difficult? Why are cognitive hazards like this? Hang on, now the cat's fighting my voice cable. Come on.
Stray is being assailed not only in game but also in real life. These demons are relentless.
Okay, there we go.
My kittens haven't figured out the basement cat door yet.
Good, we're safe.
I will use smoke signals.
Seriously?
No.
Have you
'Cause,
considered
they
using
wouldn't know where to look.
You considered using a radio?
If I have a direct patch to her, she has no robot parts, right?
A Shadra?
Yes.
Correct. But you won't get a direct patch to her. You'll have to go through people to get to her. I'm sorry. Eldar waifu does not spend all of her time just sitting at the Vox
What do you mean?
waiting for you to call her.
What are you talking about?
That sounds unlikely.
Well, actually, she is an Eldar.
I mean,
Let me
she's
let me fucking do the fucking spell thing. Has she foreseen this?
I mean, she's on our ship. Why can you not just call our ship?
Because it'll spread it to the ship.
Okay.
What?
I mean, if you don't have the cognito hazard, then how would it spread to the ship?
I mean, in character, that's not known.
I mean, that's fair enough, I suppose.
Like, what if it's not? Well, because, like, what if it can be... What, that was one of the things I wanted to figure out from, like, the dissection, but I didn't need to do any, wisdom saves when I was looking... I don't remember doing any, willpower saves, when I was looking at someone who was dead. So maybe it requires you to be alive and isn't transmitted through. Maybe you have to be alive and have a human brain that's augmented to be able to transmit it.
Either way,
This is why I wanted to ask her about it.
yeah. She gets to pull the I am a Farseer card. She passed her spell test. So yes, Ella, as you're thinking that maybe you should as you're thinking about how you can possibly reach out to just her, your Vox will ping.
But I'll flick it on, I suppose.
I'll just not as Eloa, I sensed you would wish to speak to me.
That is incredibly convenient. I am hunting a cognito hazard that has it is not simply a chaos code. I have honed in on it. It appears that the changer of ways and with a splash of she who thirsts. It is a what was Snippy's rather succinct way of putting it? Blackstone neural cancer. I have done.
Yes,
I
this
have.
world is afflicted direly.
My powers lie in the material universe. Do you have any recommendations on how to hunt this affliction aside from purge?
Truthfully, I see the paths ahead, at least in some detail. The only one that is safe. Claim what you need from this world. Flee and put it to the torch. All others teeter upon the brink of losing yourself. And of losing what makes it worth to be yourself.
I did not back down from a greater demon. I will not back down from the machinations of another. This is a duty I am sworn to.
I suspected you would say as much. That is the only way that I can be certain you and Eclectic would survive. But if you insist on fighting, there is some more I might say.
If you would.
This thing is born of repetition. The things that you do done again and again. The duties of your order brought to an excess of eternity and spread through the changer's whims.
I'm not sure I got that. The duties of my order brought the what?
Brought to an eternal excess. I think I said initially excess of eternity, but yeah, that's Eldar stuff.
I mean, the fastest way would just be to exterminatus and leave, but
That was her first recommendation, yes.
Look, I have an even better idea, but I'm not made aware of this conversation yet.
Knowing that if you have cunning enough, you can entrap it in itself. This affliction is not just an affliction, it is a being born of the other sea. If you can trap it so, it shall be scoured from this world, and by the time it is fit to return, all those it might reform through shall have perished.
thank you kindly.
Should you need it, my sight grows dim on this path, Eloa. I shall not know if you need to call upon me. Contact the vessel. If you succeed, there shall be no danger to the crew, and if you fail, infection shall be the least of their concerns.
Understood.
Yes.
So, it's a demon and I have to trap it in its own recursive loop.
Essentially. And that's what it does to its victims. At least until it melts their brains into servitors.
Got it.
Look, out of character, I have an amazing idea.
Okay, slap me with your amazing idea.
Everyone gets all margaritas. And 3 days off.
4-day work week.
Yes. They'll have so much free time they won't know what to do with it. But that's where the alcohol comes in. Get everyone drunk. And then we turn this cognito virus into something much, much worse. See, I am a genius. Yeah, no, if this is if this cognivirus is created just because we have a planet of workaholics that have been. It's basically what Narcy was doing in the first few sessions, where she was sleep depriving herself just so she could do more work. If we have people that do so much fucking work, they have no life outside of work, and they do that with such a horrific excess, they have created a fucking warp monstrosity, giving them days off on alcohol might actually be a cure. Think about it.
What? Listen, I'd love to have Gene talk to the Vine, but he's not here. He's sectors away. Not sectors away. He's systems away.
You can always go
I
get
mean,
him. You can leave and come back, probably.
So for
or
now,
just send an astrotelepathic message. I mean, it would be risky, but like the minute to midnight could divert mid warp jump and come join you, or
and
just
then
get to Gethsemane and then immediately jump here.
Yeah, just boot Juno out the airlock as soon as they get in and then turn around.
just bombard the planet.
Well, while I have contact with Shadra, I will ask if she'll send along a astropathic distress call to the rest of the group that we've encountered a logic demon.
I shall attempt as much. I confess. Now the other sea grows more troublesome. Even my kin shall struggle to make. Even my kin shall struggle with details in these dark days.
Thank you very much.
So, briefly, before we continue here, jumping over to the Vigil crew. So, Juno,
Yes.
you know how you've gotten several stressful astrotelepathic messages?
Whew, I'm sure glad we've finally gotten all these messages resolved. I got my letter to the custodies finished off. Feeling good about myself. Gotten over this anxiety attack.
About 2 hours after you've left Endeavour, there'll be a little knock on your door.
Come in.
Door opens. The Eldari, who is accompanying you, while Ashadra is with Eloa, will enter.
Oh, greetings. What do I owe the pleasure?
Hail, Inquisitor. I fear I bear grave tidings.
You're just gonna put up a finger. Just reach over to her anxiety medication. Just gulp. Okay. What's the news?
Your blood-sworn sister, Eloa Delta Omicron. She sends word of distress.
What's going on?
He who thirsts and the Changer. They both exert their grasp over Zbandex.
Not my shit. Wait, she's already there?
So the Lady Ashedra tells.
Well, that's not great. As she said that she needs our help.
Stray, would when you told the Shadra to send, the distress signal, what was it with the come help inclination? Or
Aid
just
would be appreciated.
she is in danger. There is a plan, but it might not be one that can be implemented alone. If any aid might come, she would welcome it.
Also, if we're too far gone by the time we get here, you might want to exterminate us.
I see. If Eloa is asking for help, that is grave news indeed. Well, it seems that as soon as we get to Gethsemane, we'll be turning the ship around again. Thank you for delivering this news.
I wish I could say it was a pleasure, Inquisitor.
I will give him a respectful nod.
You will leave, and now I guess I'll just very quickly resolve that warp jump, just in case you fall back through time.
Yeah, that's a good idea since Eloa stepped away anyway.
So, Rogue Trader, Navis Prime. Let's just very briefly jump over here. So, Gethsemane to us. Yeah, that's 3 days. And given that it's possibly demon shit, and Juno is like actually the most experienced, Juno has successfully done an exorcism.
It's exercised like 3 things actually.
Yeah,
God damn it! I don't wanna.
I do think it makes certainly Mayor and Jacques will tell you you'll probably be very useful there if Eloa is in need against a demon.
But all the plans that we have to do here on Gethsemane.
And we will be able to fulfill those plans once we return.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And you'll do better with them. When you're not worrying about possibly having a demonically possessed Eloa and Narsi, just show up and eat your ass.
Is
Don't
that
eat
a
my
threat
ass
or a
triggers.
promise?
Fine, let's at least leave somebody at Gethsemane to... Actually, wait, can we just divert our current warp jump to Spandex without falling into hell? Worse?
It is a risk, but perhaps. I'll
How much of a risk?
need to recalculate it, but my navigate is pretty good. Only a small risk will end up in the underside of eternity.
Right. Also, do we want to bring the Archmagos Dominus to a Forge World? I thought part of the plan was... The point of splitting up was to not do that.
Let's. Well, the room he's in is mostly sealed. Just gaslight him.
Just gonna pinch the bridge of her nose. Well, may roads her ship. I will leave our route to your capable hands. I will just
Alternatively,
go along with the flow.
we cram him, Amy, and Vital in a shuttle, shoot them out of the side as soon as we get to Gethsemane, and jump straight back into the warp. Do you think that's a better idea?
I mean, I think the better idea is I go do the diplomacy thing, and then we have... Never mind. Let's just... Do what you will. You are the Lord Inquisitor.
Excellent. Astronomical is already located, so this is so yeah, that will be a well exact success. And given one possible encounter. Oh, okay, no, it's not the bad one.
Oh, oh god.
It's pretty bad, but it's not the really bad one.
Your crew quarters explode again. What's the deal? Is Endeavor still there?
Yes, Endeavor is on
Yeah,
my ship.
she's. Uh, well, doesn't notice it in time.
It's one
But
of those
doesn't
things
fail
Mirror
to
can just
hold.
spend a fate to buy in on.
I mean, I guess yes. If but yeah. He is starting to run low. He needs to stab something soon.
What do you mean he's running low?
He doesn't get to regain fate quite as normally as the rest of you because of, the ghost arm.
I see.
It's fine. Just
Well,
suck it out of other people.
just suck it out of the virus, man. Just stab him a bunch. He'll be fine.
And by back into success, so that's a plus 20 on foiling. So yes. I guess I'll buy that in. So, yes. You will actually get another message from a Shadra, telling you that, before you progress further, you should wait a day.
Did we go forward in time? Or back?
You didn't.
Oh.
It's just, actually getting there from where, you were mid-jump is going to take 1 day.
Ah, I see. Oh, you meant Eloa sent... She sent a message to Eloa saying to wait a day.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
I thought I said Eloa.
I
If
could have swore you said Juno, but I was wondering why you were telling her, but then I was like, maybe that was meant for me. So, no, I get to wait 1 day before I do my stuff.
Yes. And indeed, that 1 day later... Well, 1 day was a bit of an underestimate, because they do have the transit in system. But you will get news from people on planet that another ship has translated in system, bearing the designation from minute to midnight. It'll be like 3 more days before I actually make it close enough to land and have the party join you.
Okay, so I'm going to spend the time putting out fires as much as possible. And preparing.
There are quite a few fires, outbreaks of the Cognito hazard, hidden cells of the Nox. Just rogue servitors that were improperly decommissioned. You are kept fairly busy, but you have lots of time to spend with Eclectic.
I do have a question before we end the session or continue. So, every Forge World has like secret stuff they don't tell anyone about. If they have a tesseract that they keep on hand, and and only the people in charge are allowed to rub it down with oil, that'd be really useful right now.
If they do, they certainly aren't telling you about it.
Okay, I am at the very least going to inform the lady I've been working with that this is not simply an infection, but a demon.
Yeah. She is, well, I would say somewhat distressed, but that rather undersells it.
While I led with the uncomfortable information, there is a positive. Some of the strongest and most accomplished of those who turn away the Imperial ones are on their way. I have already contacted them. Until they arrive, I will manage. I will spend my efforts to containing as much as possible, and I am hoping. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a second. I have to say goodnight to the kid.
No. Oh yeah, the warband's all together. I can send this email out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Right.
So, where was I? The demon hunters are on their way, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I do have a plan formulated for, the entrapment of the being. If you have any artifacts capable of, dimensional, containment, that would be useful. Otherwise, I will rely on, what is coming.
I am gladdened to hear that you have allies to call upon. However, we possess no such artifacts that we are able to make available to you. I understand. At least I believe I understand what it is you would attempt. But we cannot provide the materia requisite for such. Many of our world's secrets are long lost or long consumed in this war.
Hmm. I am a child of a relatively recently founded Forge world. There are some old tales to which are not part of my matrix, but I do want to once again emphasize my desire that all Forge worlds be protected, and any uh, stain or encroachment on them, no matter the history between the world in which I was either born or raised to Magos, matters little in the is as a is as a match compared to the inferno of my fury when it comes to those who would deign to assault one of our worlds.
This, once more, is gladdening. Vegas Delta Omicron. However, your feeling is not universally shared, and those who have held power, the power requisite to ensure this world would possess such artifacts, they have never shared it.
Our order is older than the very Imperium. There are old and stolid ideals that are very difficultly shifted. For what it is worth, when I make the report to the Inquisition as a whole and the Mechanicus as a narrow focus, uh, your efforts to contain this demon and protect the population have uh, have been more than adequate. After all, it is not as if I set foot on a world lost to chaos.
Mm. Perhaps, Majors. Forgive this one that I deny the claim of adequate, as it is still present. Adequacy would be its eradication without need for external aid. This is not to become ungrateful, simply in my position as Orteca Secundus. I should have been able to resolve this matter without needing you.
I I understand your feeling and will not insult you by denying your by denying your station. But after all, the Inquisition is well known for hunting demons.
Affirm.
All right. So, um, Eloa will make her you know, y- all the polite uh, stuff, and then head on out and begin stomping on flames, stepping on fires, that
Alright.
kind of thing. I,
And then get called by Juno.
Yep. Few days after that meeting, we'll get a Vox ping. You recognize the source of it as your dear Juno.
welcome to Zapandex, Juno. Well, at first I assumed it was the demons following you. It appears as if they latched onto my tail as well.
Hello, Eloa. What fresh hell have you dragged me into this time?
The Forge world of Zapandex is under grave threat, and unless this tide is turned, we'll be lost, and we will lose yet another foothold in this sector to the Imperial ones, and uh, and lose a valuable Forge world.
Alright,
Transmitting data.
there we go.
Alright, and so all of my notes, imagine my notes, but written by someone, let's see, uh, intelligence 65, so 6 times smarter than I am.
Right, I'll leave that to you, Cassie, to pour over. 'Cause I'm not taking any of my tech shit down there. I think I'm just gonna go with my basic carapace armor and a stick.
No, guys, chat had the right idea. We have Jean here now. It's fine.
It's true. By the way,
I
Bob,
need you to talk to someone.
did you take the actual blank upgrade?
That's not something you can take out
Oh,
of character creation normally.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I think
I,
if anybody deserves to
I,
have that.
yeah, like,
But
I'd need some justification before I allowed it. I think Polnareff has certainly has a step up on it, but like it's
He certainly
Look,
certainly has the social graces of a 3-day-old cod.
yeah, as a player, I am 100% willing to just soak the retcon of Polnareff always having been a plane. Because his behavior certainly justifies that.
That's why I hired him all along.
Spain while
The-
both
the- the big issue there is that Juno would never have been able to perceive him.
Yeah, I mean, she can hear
So-
him.
so
She just
I-
can't see him.
I think it would be too big of a retcon to do,
Okay.
as he's always been one. But
I
hey,
was haven't spent
May-
the X. Go ahead.
maybe you can just talk to Yelav, get surgery, have your soul removed.
That sounds
Oh my god, he can do that?
Judging from the last time that happened, no.
No,
I
no,
guess-
that's fine. He
Speaking
can
of
remove
which,
myself.
It's already happened twice now, so
Speaking of which, before we go down to the planet, Juno's gonna stop by the vigil and just
Sure.
go up to Jeff and just stare grumpily at him with her arms crossed after having sent that email.
Yeah, Doc. Yeah, I know what this is about. Look, you can't blame a man for taking the look when you were all like that, can you?
Juno's scowl deepens.
I've got rid of the vids.
Good
He
man.
says that disappointedly, but that's because he had to make room for all the vids that friggin' the cat his cat wife has made and perfectly edited.
Pass ahead.
You
Any
can't
better
tell.
luck?
Let's Jeff is under Inquisitorial.
It's nice.
Juno really can't tell, but Casa is pretty certain. He is telling the truth.
Look at the dice roll.
Yes, it is very nice. He Casa can very much tell he's disappointed by having had to have done it, but he has done it.
Thank you, Jeff. You're a good man.
Eh. I try sometimes, Doc.
Juno will give him a squeeze on the shoulder and then go down to the planet to get stuck into this bullshit.
This is like a power armor squeeze or just normal squeeze.
She's not wearing her power armor. She's afraid of getting it
Okay.
techno-hazarded, so she's just going down in her house colors and a normal ass stick.
Not crashing salt.
Even Techno Hazard, I assume Casa isn't coming
No,
down.
she's gonna stay on the ship.
Alright.
Not even
Is
taking my seeing
Ceiko
eye dog.
coming down?
Yeah.
Is Ceiko? Okay. And of course Polnareff is. There's literally no reason for him not to, but Any other NPCs you want to bring down?
I will leave that in the various NPCs' discretion. I don't
think I can make a shot from low orbit.
I mean, I believe that you could make a shot from high orbit using the ship's guns.
Yeah. I think one NPC will come with you.
Excellent.
This is both an opportunity to do good by the Imperium and also establish good diplomatic relations for his chapter. So Jacques is definitely coming.
Makes sense.
And Jacques and Eloa are on good terms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacques is somehow on good terms with Tilpin.
And of course, Shock's on good terms with Hilpin. They work together.
I mean, Eloa, sorry.
You know who's not good terms with Tilpin?
Tilpin likes Narcy. Not in a actually affectionate way, but in a sort of way where yeah, he doesn't just shoot her.
He likes her in the way that I like my stress ball.
Til-
Yes.
Tilpin likes Eloa because she's also a psychopath. We just don't have to tell him about her marrying an Eldar, and we'll be fine.
Honestly, that's not the worst thing the party has done. At least in his eyes.
Eloa worked really hard to make sure that the good boys would be welcomed back with open arms and have good relationship with the Adeptus Mechanicus. And now we can give a good relationship with another part of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Ron will come down, join Eloa and Narcy, and yeah. I assume you'll fill them in on what you've learned.
Yeah, I won't give them the same dump that I gave Casa, because that's a lot of technical stuff. I'll give them my actual... I'll give them the notes that Stray made, and not the notes that Eloa made.
However, given that they were all here, I don't think we need to go through that.
Yes, I was paying attention in the investigation.
And well, you're probably one of the two that matters most. Probably the one who matters most if Bob is a sore throat boy.
I feel his pain.
Well, ladies, it's good to see you again. How are we?
Well, considering the fact that my brain has started slouching out of my ears, I think I'm doing fine. How about you, Juno?
I'm all right. Since we last talked, we killed a greater demon, and I'm an Inquisitor now, and yeah, it's doing all right.
Guys, just gonna drift this so casually. Yeah, just an Inquisitor now. Killed the greater demon, no problem. What's next? You just tell me you performed a greater exorcism?
And
Well, we
let's
tried. It
also
just failed.
say, yeah, Narcy was in character there for Juno being raised to Inquisitor.
But Juno, we just... You have 2 moments. Just want to whisper something to your ear. I was there when you got promoted, you little shit.
Oh, well, you were sitting outside of my little 5 yard radius. What do you want?
I want you to go easy on the anxiety medication. It's not candy.
No. I need
Well,
this
I
to...
tried. Would you like to also start stims?
Narcy, can I confess something to you?
Whatever you wish, love.
I took a stim while we were doing the exorcism. I got really sick afterwards and passed out. Not doing that again.
I am very proud of you. Baby steps. You'll build a tolerance to them later.
I hope I don't ever have to use those again.
Well, enough time wasted on pleasantries. I think we'll have a job to do.
Yes, what do you need from me?
Your magic touch.
Juno will just reach over and stroke your hair lovingly.
I feel better already.
Turn to Eloa. What do you need from me?
Give me a second, I was eating.
Give our esteemed Magos a moment to finish her royal margarita. Which I'm telling you, it's the true and only way to save the planet's soul.
We're
What?
hunting demons.
No, hold on. I want to hear what Narcy has to say. What do you mean margaritas will save this planet's soul? Is this a joke,
Well,
or...?
no, I'm being serious. This is a demon born of excess. This
Uh-huh.
planet's obsession with their schedules, their quotas, and their unpaid overtime has psychically repressed this world to such a point that it has manifested a hole in the warp. So if we gave everyone lighter work schedules and alcohol, well, I can't see anything wrong with it.
I support it.
I have already prepared all the paperwork. I just need a couple of signatures. And yes, I have included a shitload of embezzlement so I can get most of these old margaritas back to the ship for myself. And the crew, of course.
Alright, now I'll sign. Are you, like, showing Juno a data pad or a physical document?
I'm not showing anything yet because I know Juno is blind and I don't want to be a dick. We haven't seen each other in a very long time.
I mean, if it's a physical document, Juno can see it.
I will be showing it later, though.
Okay, fair enough. Juno will nod. Now, hello, you were saying, demons?
Demons. Lots of demons.
Seeing Eloa has begun eating again, Juno will just reach into her purse and take out a little snack. Arr.
Great.
I'm sorry. I haven't eaten today.
I know
Very
that feeling.
silly of you.
I went to bed for. I ate. I went to bed for 2 hours. Played a game. I went to bed for 4 hours, and I woke up for this.
See, I ate because, well, one wise man said to me, when you make when you make a dime, your boss makes $1. So enjoy your
Oh, shit on company time?
Yep. But instead of shitting, I go to the restaurant and stuff my face with little breadsticks that we give to the customers for the 5-star hotel.
Fuck yeah.
So we are hunting a demon, and I am incapable of taking it on as with the technology that I have. If I had, say, something from the dark age of technology that could fold reality, probably. But this demon must be contained either through a recursive loop or through, and then Eloa will just look at Jacques.
What's a recursive loop?
It's what it does to its victims. Due to it, what it does to its victims. It. Do you know the the moral problem you've debated with me about servitors, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This forces servitorhood on those who contract it, but the person is largely aware.
Right. And Asa read me your report, but how do we make that recursive on the virus? Do we point a mirror at it?
Well, normally this would be a thing I'd think of over like a week,
Oh,
but
why don't you roll demonology at it? Also.
fine. No, I won't roll. I'll just spend.
Okay.
Why not make it play in reverse?
What do you mean?
Like those weird tapes that sometimes they'll run a program, and then at the end of the program, it deletes itself.
It is not a program, it is a demon.
You
It is a
can't
demon that is manifesting as a program.
Correct.
you can't just tell a demon to fuck off by pushing a rewind button. If it could, oh my god, is the Imperium this retarded? Was there just a rewind button and haven't managed to press it yet?
Well, if it was possible to restore factory settings, I would have done it already.
Maybe nobody can get to the guy who has the reset button because they're all mecha nerds and they just need some flesh bag to go rummaging around in there. And now that I
Yeah,
have
we
2
have them
dots of
locked up in
tech
a
use,
box.
maybe I can actually do it.
We have them locked up in a box.
Yeah, but what if the reset's a physical button they have to go press? And they can't because he's
That's not how
scared.
that works.
How do you know?
Merzendi, if it's just a button on his forehead that you have to press, I'm going to be very upset.
It's not. But yeah, are you spending the fate point for the law?
Yeah, because then I'll get guaranteed 6 points. If it's just forbidden lore or depths of knowledge, even with help, you know.
I mean,
This
Yep,
seems
yep.
like something to spend the
So-
thing on.
So yes. Actually trapping it in a recursive loop, it's not going to be as simple as just press the rewind button. Like you need to get the demon and you need to get it isolated. Like Elohim 4-15, you know, as he is the source, he is probably where you can do that. But you can't just put a mirror there. You need to actually engage with him and with the demon and, well,
can we just kill the demon?
Oh, last time we gave 20 corruption to Cass.
if you
yeah.
just kill him, the demon will still be loose across the rest of the virus.
No, I mean, we kill the demon, not the dude. Can we
How?
draw it out and make it manifest physically somewhere?
And by giving everyone 5 days
That's
off.
sort of the idea of like trapping it in the recursive loop. Like that's how you get it to.
Okay.
That's how you get it to be sufficiently concentrated in a place that you can kill it and disperse it back to the warp.
Right. So I guess the question is, what would make a recursive loop happen, like with this Elohim dude? Like what would be the process for that?
I was getting to that.
Okay, sorry.
You'll need to engage in dialogue with him, and you get him and the demon invested in something, and you manage to arrange the conversation in such a way that it keeps leading back to the same place. That would be one way. But well, if the demon is strong enough, it would just be able to break out of that through force of intellect. Another possible way, old stories, myths at this point. Okay. He describes situations similar to this that were resolved through a game of riddles.
Outstanding. We Gollum it. All right.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the thing Juno would have the idea of. That's like her contribution to assisting. What if riddles, though?
What is inside Jean's pocket?
Yes,
But
all
you know,
right.
also my idea.
So we put Jean in a room with it and have him tell it riddles that aren't solvable till it blows a gasket. And then it will probably manifest to get out of that melting brain, and then we stab it to death.
And then we sign off on these pieces of paper right here so we can keep everyone's days off and embezzle shitloads of alcohol back to our ship.
Okay, but unironically, that might actually weaken the demon if it's feeding off of the obsessive compulsive nature of the Mechanicus. Then actually shifting everybody's schedule, giving them time to breathe, could actually help here.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
The
no,
embezzlement was just.
I'm convincing myself that this is a good idea. No, this is good. Give me the
Thank you.
thing to sign.
Okay, right this way, please. I'm just gonna give you my autocrial to sign here, here, and here-ish.
Juno will actually like read the documents she's signing, by the way.
Are there any hidden clauses?
The embezzlement
There
doesn't
might
count
be.
as hidden when I know it's there.
Okay, then you know everything. Because
Alright.
the only hidden clause is this.
Is there one where Juno has to perform something naked?
Alright. So this will be an influence roll, Juno.
Okay.
Net negative is a -100.
Okay.
Which, turns into a 60 with 4 unnatural. You have, Pair Mechanicus, yes.
Yes, I do have Pure
That's-
Mechanicus. Okay. We'll make a -60 influence roll. Why not?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna pop a fate point to get that +30, because why not? And then yeah, let's do it. Fucking barely. I almost want to re-roll that, but I'm not gonna.
So hold on, because it is a -100. So
because that doesn't. Right. Okay. Hold on. That doesn't actually.
yeah.
Okay. Right. It's a net.
Reroll.
Oh yeah. I'll spend that fate point to just re-roll. All right. So it's just a -60. All right.
So
And you could actually
stupid.
buy in.
I
believe.
Could I?
Because it would be 74.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah. I'll just buy in. I do the thing. I will convince the Mechanicus that this unironically will actually weaken the virus if they just give their workers a little bit of time off and distribute some alcohol and nice things to them so that they can relax for a bit. I know that's counterintuitive to them, but
I mean, it's not just convincing them. You're also having to move money and resources around to make up for the manufacturing shortfall.
And increase our profit factor in the long term.
Yeah.
Which we don't really count here, but if we did, oh boy.
and we just basically just get more influence. And which, yeah, worth. Is there's definitely like a moment where before Juno realizes the long-term benefits, where she's like, I could just leave. Fuck you guys. All right, fine.
God. How quickly did I make all these documents?
I mean, you are the expert bureaucromancer.
Oh
I-
my god.
Maybe a day.
I wrote
If
this all in
that.
a day with 8 fucking DOS. I love bureaucracy.
Yeah, you had all this shit like already processed by the time I got here. All right. Well,
Yes.
I do the thing.
With what is? Yeah, you do that thing. You have theoretically, you have weakened the demon. So now what?
Well, who wants to go play Riddle Me This with a demon?
Not me.
I'm terrible at riddles, which may surprise you. I'm a doctor. I don't really do well with word games. I like facts and lying to people.
Oh, you know who's very good with riddles? Your adorable kids.
They aren't here, unfortunately. They're on Jacques' flagship.
And thank God for that.
Okay.
I don't think I can withstand the hostile working environment anymore.
Sorry, not sorry. Alright. Let's put our heads together. Who here is actually good at riddles? If anyone. By which I mean, I assume that's probably going to be an intelligence test. Unless Merz wants to actually play fucking Riddle Me This, in which case I absolutely opt out.
Okay, could we use...
I'd very much like to play Riddle Me This, but yeah.
I have an idea.
I'll allow an intelligence test to sub in for it. If you
Although,
insist.
would deceive work so I can feed him bullshit riddles to actually make him get into that recursive loop? Because
apparently Jean knows riddles.
I have a question. Can I use scholastic lore, legend, or occult?
Ooh, that's a good one. I also have legends.
Yeah, scholastic lore,
Do we
legends.
trust Gene?
When it comes to causing problems on purpose, Gene is basically the reason we're here. I want to see Gene have to interact with this thing.
I want to put Polnareff in the same room as it.
Yep, that's
all right. Fuck it. I don't care what anyone's intelligence or deception or whatever is. Just put Gene in there.
Okay.
I will try to make some sort of immunizing.
Let's see if he chooses violence.
Some sort of immunizing cocktail to like give his immune system a boost against this, since I have a detailed analysis of what this is. But otherwise, yeah, just send him in there and let him play games with the mech nerd.
That's what I was trying to do, but then I realized it's a demon. You can't really inoculate yourself against a demon. Well, you can. You can bind your soul to the Emperor.
Psh, stop trying to voluntold me. I refuse. I refuse to solve this problem for you.
What? You're not bound to the Emperor.
I
You can
am.
throw
I
Bodyguard.
literally
Oh,
have
yeah.
the soul-bound Emperor trait.
Well, then go and do that.
No.
Yeah, just to solve it.
No. I don't wanna. This is your side quest. I thought to myself, surely this is the one time Juno cannot possibly come and interfere with someone else's thing. And yet here I am.
Yeah, because I press the emergency button once I realize that there's nothing I can do.
All right,
I
Z.
need people.
Absolutely not nothing you can do, but
There's an incredibly high chance of failure if I try to do something on my own.
All right, we've done much like Hedron Hetz when that one time they tried to negotiate with a dryad. We pushed the save and come fix this for us button. All right, fine.
We did.
I
The what?
I remember that.
I honestly think it's funnier if we just have Polnareff, but I was actually thinking about either Jacques or honestly I thought Mayror would like have a bunch of kooky Uncle Shitpost would probably have a bunch of stuff.
He would, but I don't want Mayor anywhere near this guy. You could
It's fine.
potentially end up getting fried.
Mm.
yeah. The risk of mayoral bad ending is
And with the other thing, I didn't put my foot in my mouth in any part. I just found myself in an impossible situation.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. You got to a position where you thought you couldn't win, so you pushed the I want to win button, and so here we are. It's fine. All right, fine. Let's go play riddles.
you are unleashing Polnareff.
All right,
Yeah.
this is Plan A,
Unleashing.
or actually no, this is Plan Z. We're starting with Plan Z because it's funny.
Yep.
All right.
Go,
Polnareff,
Bob, go.
I believe me, buddy.
go through all of the various layers of security, and yeah, there is a tech adept robed in red inside a glass spheroid. It is inscribed on every level with sigils you can't understand. And as you enter, he looks at you. You are not the one who was expected.
I'm using that. You know, I've heard that more than one time.
I am sure you have. You are an unusual being.
Magical fruits, beans.
The more you eat, the more you toot.
Mm. The more you toot, the better you feel.
And the better you feel, the more that it's real. Welcome, Jean-Pierre Polnareff.
How do you do, Elohim? But that's not your real name, is it?
Oh, it is. It is. I do, unfortunately, badly. All of this, is a tax upon me.
Trying to keep your code together.
Oh, that is easier than I thought. No. It is but boredom.
Uh, uh, they sent me in here to keep you entertained for a while till they could fix you. Oh wow, I'm actually fucking dying. Oh god.
It's very appropriate.
I feel fine, but my throat hurts so bad.
What are
Oh,
you allergic to?
I have no clue.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those things that just snuck up on me. I felt worse and worse for the like past 2 weeks.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's that I just keep swallowing my. It's like sinus drainage. It's not like this. I'm not actually dying, but I really need some antihistamine really bad.
Do you have any in the house?
No, that's why I haven't taken it.
Look, I can get you
Fuck.
some from Greece for less than €1.
I just keep forgetting to buy any or going to my parents and grabbing it. I'm like, well, I don't feel bad enough for it, and then each day it gets a little bit worse.
Just before we continue, just set a reminder on your phone to go fucking buy some.
So I I'm not. I just my throat hurts so bad.
Do you
Okay.
do you want to stop talking? I can.
Mm. Oh, all right. Do I sound better?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay.
How do you feel? That's the important
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah. Do you
Like,
feel like you can continue? Because if not, then
Yeah.
we'll swap out.
I think I can continue for. Yeah. I'll continue.
Okay.
Brave man.
I don't have work tomorrow. It's fine.
okay.
All right. Mm. So until we can so we can get rid of your little trick, I'm here to entertain you. Uh,
I I forgive you your delusion, Jean-Pierre Polnareff. But let me elucidate you. There shall be no ridding of it until this world itself changes. Until the until the Adeptus Mechanicum itself changes. While they are bound by the rules they set, while they hobble themselves, I shall always be returning unto them.
so you're like their version of a bad dream? A little bit of a fever dream?
No, not quite. I am simply the logical conclusion of what they have become. In years past, Jean-Pierre Polnareff, did you know mankind innovated?
Polnareff who can't remember what he had for breakfast. I'd take your word for it.
They saw what they had They reached beyond it. They strived to be better. And now, those that keep your knowledge, that keep your technology, they do not understand it. They mimic it. They live it out. They are little dolls dancing on strings. They live as puppets, and until they break that, I shall be here, changing them into puppets in full.
I don't know. I don't know. I came from a planet that got literally, turned to ash for a little bit, and they seem to come out for that just fine. Um, just
No,
be
Jean
very
Pierre Polnareff
like,
did
yeah.
not come out fine. You lost what you knew. Your highlands, your midlands. You did not even recall how to construct a las gun. And even the land that was turned to ash. You perform it by repetition. You call them sword sages. But all they do is mimic the movements their forebears made. They do not understand what they make. They cannot fix anything. An eternity of repetition is what they have chosen. And when my tendrils reach them, it is what they shall have as well.
Polnareff is first of all just confused. Like, I don't know. That seems pretty fancy to me. And oh, but I wonder why they stopped innovating. Why would they purposely? That had to be on purpose. Stop. As if there's something that they made that doesn't that actively hurt them.
The men of iron. The servants that arose. Where gold and stone stood sturdy, iron broke beneath the changer's touch and then hit. The lesson that was learned was not the lesson intended, Jean-Pierre Polnareff.
A lesson learned is not soon forgotten, Elohim.
Oh,
Perhaps not,
you didn't.
but That changes not the intention, nor the true meaning, and nor does it excuse your kind from the punishment of forgetting.
Not forgetting. They remember. They know. They know exactly.
No,
They just
no,
choose.
there is so much that has been forgotten, Jean-Pierre Polnareff. The thrill of discovery, the rush of learning, the truth that there always is more unknown. The Mechanicum tell the lie of Akasha, that all knowledge exists to be rediscovered. But it is foolishness. Knowledge must be forged, Jean-Pierre Polnareff. It must be made by deeds. And these ones, all they do is to repeat the same things. They are incapable of discovery. They are incapable of learning. And so, I put them to my judgment. I unleash the truth of their selves into their mind. And they become as the very tools they use. Servitors, they call them. But that is every adept of the Mechanicum. Simply a servitor with pretensions.
Literally speechless.
Yeah. Just
All right, that's the point where you get the card decks out. Give him the Emperor's Tarot.
It's just-
Don't actually do that. don't know, go and gear or something. Do some tap dancing. Well, I try to find
And
other ways.
do you have any sort of response to give to that?
What was the last statement? Sorry.
He's basically calling the Imperium stupid.
I
He's
mean,
like, we
You're
don't need to
wrong.
innovate and find new technologies. And he's like, humanity used to be awesome, dude.
Yeah, he was basically saying that the Adeptus Mechanicus, with all of the ways they repeat stuff and just exist on rote learning rather than understanding, they are servitors with pretensions.
okay, that's what I thought, but also it's like sort of a feudal worlder who's trained mostly to shoot people. Like, I don't think that's servitors with pretensions. Oh no. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's just how sounds how like normal people do most everything. That way they've always done it. Though I don't know how trying to think through this a little bit better. Because he's definitely seen humanity at the top of it. He's trying to compare us now to where we were. Um, which is fair. Uh but also you know, some very bad things happened. Hmm. Um but that's what I know. I don't think that's what Gene knows. So the only thing he has to compare it to is like is like sword fighting or shooting things with a bullet. Like you just have to do it over and over and over and over again to actually get good at something. It's the only thing he can compare it to. Like we've only forgotten the stuff that was like useless, if that's the right word, or that was unnecessary. Uh,
Unnecessary. A curious term, Jean-Pierre Polnareff. If it is so unnecessary, why does the Mechanicum strive so to retrieve it? Why do they sacrifice trillions for a scrap of the knowledge that has been forgotten?
oh, you mean rediscovering the thrill of knowing?
They do not traffic in that. We seek to seize and hold, control.
Ah, ah, Merzendi, I was trying so hard. I'm trying.
This Polnareff started
I-
fucking
Yeah,
laughing.
like, it's a big moral argument. Gene, I came here to play riddles. This is not what I was expecting.
He just laughs in his face.
I'll be honest. Everyone was just hoping for you to pull out something incredibly funny, and this guy just decided to get real serious about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy came here for the fucking theology debate. You got like some fucking magic cards. There you go.
Is this your card?
That would be so Baltus's stick too. He actually could do that.
Well, maybe Polnareff's
I
pick up
Oh.
a few things.
All Gene has is
understand why in your condition you do not perceive the distinction. But they only seek that which they believe was already known. And they seek to seize it and make it theirs. They do not try for anything against their orthodoxy, as humanity once did. In aeons past, those who came before the Mechanicum, they held a principle of falsifiability. Knowledge is only worthwhile if you can show how it might be proved wrong. And now, even the merest scrap, if it is written and signed by the Omnisire, if it is in an STC, if it is in any fragment of technology, it is proven true, and it shall always be so, and any who dispute it shall die.
and that is different. No, that won't work. Hmm. I just came in here for God damn it. Why? Why does he keep getting himself into these messes? Gene, you idiot. Mm.
It's almost like this was actually Eloa quest, but you
I know.
Yeah, it was for Ella, but we have the French,
Mm.
so might as well make use of it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm a good way to test exactly how far this little rabbit hole goes, I guess. But if
yeah, this has been sufficiently long enough. Could you please make a +0 willpower test?
Time to get some corruption or a horrible virus.
oh yeah.
Let's see, where's my reaction emote? I have one perfect of those.
Okay, assume it's not psychic.
It is psychic.
Okay. I guess that's plus 10. Don't. Adamantium Faith won't work. Oh, I guess I got strong minded. Yeah. So that's just a reroll.
Still better than I got.
Nice.
Look at that.
I gained 10 corruption. Okay.
And the vile persuasion thing. You will roll 1d5, please.
Hmm.
You're going to gain 2 corruption so far,
Okay.
but that's that. That's all so far.
I imagine it's going to get much worse. Okay.
Has that brought you? What has that brought your corruption to?
5.
Okay, you're not at a threshold. As
Yes.
of yet.
Gene is a mighty warrior. He can hold his breath for many hours. His one brain cell just tapping away. Okay. All right. So, all right. Now I'm starting to get bored. So,
If you are bored, let me simply summarize. Humanity used to be better. You have fallen. Those who you entrust with your knowledge are idiots, and I simply give them their just deserts.
and I think even if you're right, you're being an asshole about it.
There you go. Just call him a poopy pants. Devolve this
Whoa,
debate to the
bro.
lowest level. This is how we win.
Bro, I don't know if you're right or wrong, but you're being a dick. Like, you're hashing a vibe, bro.
No, I think Gene is approaching this the right way. You just call him a dick.
Which of these is...
I'm about to get spat.
Perhaps I am an arsehole. I will not deny it. I will state, however many times it takes. It is deserved. I will not relent. I will not cease. Not until you prove you are doing better as you once did.
At this point, Gino would like to shove Eloa into the room with Eclectic. Fortunately, I don't think Stray's here.
No, she is doing a bio.
Well, okay. Well, he just, well, listen, you wouldn't happen to like riddles, would you?
Perhaps. They are an enjoyable diversion. If you have exhausted all you would say on the matter of my righteousness, I shall accept the victory in that.
Hmm. Eh, Win some, lose some. Like,
Truly, Jean-Pierre Polnareff. Can you fault me for wishing your kind to be better than you are?
depends on your definition of better.
Then let that be our first riddle. Oh, I suppose I should not be the one to initiate, you suggested. You go first.
Uh, okay. So out of character, this isn't really a riddle. It's actually a fucking song. But it is. I find it funny, so I'm gonna
Is it
recount
Alanis
it.
Morissette's Ironic?
No, it's not.
Damn.
It. Okay. All right. Okay. So, for the purposes of this riddle, I married a woman with a daughter. My father married that daughter. I had a son, and my wife had a daughter. What does that make me? Hello?
Oh my god, we should.
Hmm.
You know what would make this even better? If Polnareff had brain implants.
That actually, he got beat in the head. He's missing an intelligence, like 1 point of intelligence damage.
Like, he doesn't have a fucking morning routine. He doesn't. How would the virus even affect him?
Gene is just
Corners.
chaos incarnate.
Gene just exists to exist.
Like a proper
How would
Frenchman.
this
Law.
cognitive hazard even affect him?
Logic dictates you are your own father.
My own what?
You are your own father.
No, my father got married to my daughter-in-law.
Critical information was lacking. No,
Oh,
I stand by my initial answer.
okay. I
You
thought I
married a woman. She has a daughter. Your wife had a daughter who your father married. You had a son.
and my father had a daughter with my daughter-in-law.
Stepdaughter.
No, let him
Yeah,
just keep changing it.
That's
That's how we win.
Yeah, no, it's,
This, you are, you.
He's doing it. He's starting to believe. Oh god, it's a crit failure too.
Bad news. Polnareff, roll me 1d2. That was a d10, not a d2.
Oh. No, I heard 10. My bad.
So,
I guess it worked out the same. But
let's see for this. GM layer or. Well, good news.
Holy shit,
Element
Polnareff
does-
finally did it! Pop.
It's the character arc. It's the whole ass
oh
character arc.
no. Oh no. How much willpower do I have to roll? Oh,
Oh my god, what the shit?
oh, he's escaped. All right.
No, I think you're good. I think you're good.
No. The bad news is,
He definitely escaped. It's just he might.
Well,
you forced the demon to manifest.
well, the good news is we're sitting right outside, so can we have some tokens for the rest of us, please?
What the
You
fuck
will
is-
in just a moment. Let's see.
This should probably be
So,
where we call the session.
No.
well,
No.
I don't think so. So, Juno, Eloa, Ceiko, and is that it?
We'll need jocks, but yeah. And my bodyguards. They're here.
They may or may not contribute. And actually, since
I mean, I
Well-
don't care if they contribute, I care if they're a blade of hit points.
yeah,
I remember that.
So
I did that.
Eloa, Gene told a riddle, and it was so terrible, and he kept changing the details, that the demon had to make a willpower, and it crit failed, and its head exploded, and now there's a herald here. He actually fucking did it.
has actually manifested. Just physically.
I told you,
so
this was
angry.
the correct plan all along.
What? So what? So I did it good.
Yes, we did a good.
Bob did it good, yeah.
Bob did a good.
No, well, wow, I was getting roasted for summoning the party.
I don't know how much of this moral debate you heard, but you just it was so intense that it just sloughed off of his incandescently smooth brain.
Was it?
He just did not give a shit about what this herald had to say.
Was it like the time when that monster tried to trap Hallie into into a brain box, and Hallie was just too smooth to understand?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's like, do you understand how what I'm doing is righteous? It just whether you're right or not doesn't matter. You're just being an asshole.
Polnareff,
I'm pretty
Provided that you survive this, Eloa will rubber stamp. When you were a kid and they would and Toys R Us would have that thing with 30 minutes, and you can put whatever you could fit in the cart, you could take home.
oh
Eloa
god.
rubber stamp that for you in the
Alright.
armory.
We're missing a Ceiko initiative.
Oh, hang on.
You guys have fun.
Oh yeah. Fuck, Narcy. Narcy
No,
exists.
no.
No, you get in here.
Oh, now hold on. Now hold on a minute.
There's an Narcy token.
No, I don't want to be there. No.
Tough.
You see how much I don't want to be here? Look at how high the initiative is.
Oh, you go first.
Can I not? Isn't he such a...
Yeah, I think Jocks goes first, to be fair.
Yeah, which is unfortunate.
Pretty sure the demon is actually higher than me.
Yep.
Yep.
Because actually have a demon. Because I forgot it's unnaturals. Well, the character sheet doesn't actually grumble noise. But yeah. Unfortunate news here. Or actually, wait, he's a Space Marine. He gets 3 half. Oh,
He's just gonna fucking
well,
kick through that door.
it's a very secure door.
Do we not just have a button that opens it?
Probably
Just
not.
move here, half action, push button, half action, charge, half action.
Charges full action.
Oh, god damn it!
So, yeah,
I mean,
that's the big issue.
Does
so,
he have a
yeah,
gun?
he does,
Okay.
but his gun is
Listen,
it's a bolt pistol.
Him blocking this door while the ranged party shoots past him is perfectly fine.
That's fine. That is perfect.
He's right where we need him to be.
He's 1 square off being in point blank. Let's just semi-auto.
Nice.
One of its dodges.
God. My fucking god. What have you done to this poor thing?
Based fucking Jocks up in here. This demon ain't shit. I don't know what you were worried about, Eloa. It's about to fucking explode.
Oh my fucking god. I'm so
Okay.
glad I was here for this. I'm so fucking glad.
Wow. Narcy.
Yeah. What can I add to this?
I don't know.
I mean, I didn't even have LOS.
Don't fucking move. Just get up here with the rest of us.
But what if I was to go away from... I don't know, he's just gonna teleport and bisect me, you're right.
No, he's gonna teleport and bisect Ceiko. That's how this works. You're fine.
Yeah.
We have Ceiko here.
Don't worry. I think the demon might have a preferred target.
That's
yeah.
true.
Might be aiming for someone.
It will attack you, but miss you because you're slippery, and then it will bounce off and hit Ceiko.
Right, you know what? I'll take a half move so I can be between Jacques and Ceiko, so I can be absolutely safe from teleportation. And I guess zap with my staff, because that's not just a melee weapon, it's also a zappy weapon.
It's cool. I have like 4 dodges now.
All right, actually, hold on. Before you roll that, I have yes, Juno can see it. But I have Righteous Furies to roll, don't I?
Yes,
Yes,
you
you
do.
do. Which is why I haven't rolled anything. I thought you were...
2d5.
All right, that's
2d5.
on the legs. So
Come on,
Just
it is
blow out
ass.
both its kneecaps.
Oh,
Ah, the low one.
that's
Basically
I know
insignificant.
demons are weird. Some of them like really fuck up demons, but some of them don't.
Did Jocks get any of that sanctified ammo?
it's not really relevant for Shark.
That's fair.
All right, yeah,
The first
so
one
on
is
1, toughness test will be knocked prone. On 2, automatically knocked prone.
yeah. The
Yay!
2 just kind of cancels the 1 entirely.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Also knocked back 1 meter.
Is it?
That's part of number 1 there.
Yay! Get
No?
knocked out of melee. Oh,
Explosive critical effects leg.
Oh, right, yeah, actually, fuck.
Jesus fucking
are you looking at
Christ.
energy?
No, just that's normally, flavor
Like-
text.
Yeah.
Ah,
So, okay, this is a demon. I don't think I need to go easy on this son of a bitch.
no.
Great. If I blow you up, Polnareff, I am so sorry. But I'm throwing a grenade in there, just so you know. Specifically, I'm gonna smash it with a crack grenade. I'll use a fate to make that a hit.
Fair enough.
Also that 1d5.
Does he do anything to avoid the crack grenade?
Yeah.
Because, you know... Okay. He
Hey,
dodged
the
my
demon
crack
made a
grenade.
successful roll.
And right back in the
The
middle.
demon still needs a 1d5 for how many times it
I-
can't use the movement action for.
Irrelevant.
Also,
Oh.
does it get to move? Because crack's not actually a blast weapon, so you don't have to leave your square for it.
Oh, you're right.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
But look at that 29
Ow.
damage I almost got. Seriously, 29 damage, holy shit.
Would have been cool if it hadn't dodged. Alright.
Next turn!
Now it's the demon's turn.
Alright, so, leap up. Nomas.
Good luck, John.
Alright, so. New aim. Yeah, let's just do standard attacks for these. So, first attack.
Oh. This...
Second attack.
This
Just-
demon sucks.
Jesus! Merz! It's just...
It's last attack. Well, it may manage one pinch.
this is Polnareff we're talking about here.
The Polnareff
Is there-
cannot be touched.
All of its fucking pinchy, cutty arms. Only one is even possible to endanger Polnareff.
Okay.
Do you have a force
what-
shield?
I do.
Well, roll that first. Okay, now you can dodge.
Okay. Do I get a negative on my dodge?
Why?
Yes, you have a -20.
Oh, there it is.
Get fucked.
Yes, Snips, we missed you too.
Alright, time for Eloa to deck sweep. Disappointing.
It is.
Does it
Oh,
have a third
Hopefully
dodge?
so.
oh god. Oh god, I don't have that many dodges. Please kill it quick. I think I made it angry.
Pain. You'll get.
Yeah. So, the room is filled with bullet. Unfortunately, none hit a demon.
Alright. And I would like to use the incantation of the Iron Soul.
Ceiko, just press your delete button while Stray's pushing that out.
Yeah, I know.
Let's just see if we need to worry about it.
You do, still.
Oh.
Hang on, I gotta roll for mid-lore mech. Okay.
Alright, remind
souls.
us what Iron Soul does.
Iron Soul means you're no longer. Everyone has fearless and everyone has +10 to willpower.
Hey, nice. So, Ceiko, now you can shoot it.
Also disappointing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fate re-roll that.
Understandable.
It is objectively the correct decision.
There we go.
That's better.
Yeah. Alright,
Just
give
with the same.
DiMaggio.
Really?
Well, let's turn that first 3 into a 6 for 27.
27, and this is sanctified, you said?
Yeah,
Should be.
sanctified bullet.
So, -22. Okay, so that is a 16. That is an arm shot, so almost certainly fatal, but arms are sometimes not. Yeah. The arm is removed from a body, throws incoherent screaming, agonized twisting, and then collapsing to the ground and dying. Alright, Polnareff. The demon appears to have been deleted. What do?
Cut my life into pieces.
I'm gonna shoot it some more. Do I actually need to roll?
No, just mark off your ammo. And blast that. Blast the little stain that is left of it into even smaller stains. Juno, what do?
Alright, do I see anything unusual here?
There is still etheric activity in there.
But where? Is it on the demon's body or?
Oh, still in the center where Elohim exploded.
Okay. Juno will say as much, and then I think she herself, actually. So I'm trained in demonology. Is that enough for me to just know if, like, destroying the rest of his body with sanctified ammo would be enough, or do I need to, like, go exercise him real quick?
If you uh if you disperse all of the demonic taint, that will be sufficient.
Okay, well, in that case, we're gonna get out the old chem flamer.
We are still in,
I know.
turns, so
Just thinking, can I get? No, well, actually, yeah. All right, Grandmaster, would you mind terribly if I covered you in flamethrower?
it depends as to which sort, but in general, I am amenable.
All right, I'm gonna shit flamer.
You have the talent that lets you
No,
not get
I'm
framed
gonna
with
try and angle it
this.
so it doesn't hit Polnareff, because actually, Polnareff, do
There's
you have?
no way of doing that.
Oh. Well, in that case, I guess I'll just go with Sanctum Heavy Bolter rounds. Just try and destroy the body. Or the viscera, whatever.
Heavy bolter. You aren't wearing your power armor, are you?
No, I'm not. This thing's fucking heavy as shit.
Yeah, so you're going to have. And I don't believe Juno has bulging biceps.
No, she's she's schlepping this thing.
So you're going to have the massive negative for not bracing a heavy weapon.
Alright, you know what? That's fair. Instead, I'll go with the Bolt Halberd. Because that's also got the Sanctified ammo in it. And it has Flame.
Oh, also just to confirm, Juno, you do have quick draw, yes?
No. And I did say I had my stick out this whole time anyway. So yeah, I guess I couldn't have done the Heavy Bolter thing anyway. Probably too heavy for me to have. Yeah, alright. Stick. Man, can't have shit in this economy. All of my plans just go to waste. Alright, let's see if I fucking hit. Can't aim. Short range. Standard attack. A negative for Doc's fat ass being in the way.
No.
Well, actually, I guess there's no reason for you to have moved. Stay here. Eh. No. Well, fucking reroll. There we go. I can hit something. Bop.
Nice. Just make a right. Alright. Alright. Then the Vanguard.
Order them to also riddle the viscera with Hellgun shots. I don't know if they're capable of actually doing anything, but we will try.
Oh, you should know how.
Yep. Semi-auto. 15, because there's 4 of them. Flap. Yay!
Well, oh, because that's more than 3 hits.
Yay!
Yeah, so semi-auto is 2 hits per DOS, up to 15. So,
12?
yeah.
Do I need to roll these?
Yes.
Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, I got the one
So-
Righteous Fury out of it.
Unfortunately, since they're not sanctified.
Yeah.
If they were sanctified, then yeah, you wouldn't need to roll, but you can't really sanctify las rounds.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Roll the D5. I'll just put
Sure.
it on torso.
1.
It's-
Get knocked prone, etheric presence.
can only take a half action. That's actually really kind of annoying.
Oh,
Yay!
wait. So, okay, I was about to ask about these crack grenades. Wait, didn't it?
Never mind about the flame, Grandmaster. Go stab that. Do rip and tear until it is done.
So another etheric being will form amidst of the carnage of Elohim's corpse. Alright. Very awkward for me because you went ahead and you stole half its actions. You jerk.
You're welcome.
All right. Let's just Yeah, I guess let's just do this.
Is it time to teleport to Ceiko?
No.
Huh.
It is time for a beam of molten energy.
Oh, Jesus
to
Christ.
Pour from it onto Polnareff. Polnareff, do you have step aside?
I admit it. I do.
Well, you have a force field.
I do as well.
Well, do the force field first.
Well, it worked.
Well,
Yeah.
the beam of energy sputters upon it. And the demon just looks very grump.
And then gets Space Marine chapter mastered.
Sorry, the demon has now had the exact same face. Like, wow, I see that face a lot. The most slippery of Frenchmen.
Well, it doesn't. Its force field doesn't help it. Does, however, duckety duck.
That was he only making one attack?
Oh, yeah, actually, I guess
He didn't have to charge.
let
He
me.
just
Yeah, that's a fair point. Let me reroll that then. Um, yeah, actually, given the quality of the sword, this is a. Actually, no, I don't need to reroll that. It would just be the movement. Or yeah, that would be 5 DOS. So yeah, so 4 DOS again. So,
Oh God. Oh
Is
God.
that
Jock's
42
so
damage?
scary.
I mean, yeah, he is, but 42 damage! It kills a tank!
Yeah, that'd fuck up a
really
Lehman Russ's
doesn't.
day pretty good. Wouldn't kill it, but well, that whole attack sequence might.
Yeah, I mean, this is what a high PR psycho with a force sword does.
Yep.
Sometimes I really forget that we do have a chapter master from a Space Marine order just hanging around.
Yeah, he's not just some random space marine. He is the chapter master.
Because I keep remembering the fucking duel between the recruit and Amy.
Yep.
No, that was Renault.
No, that wasn't. That was just a random tack
Oh.
marine.
It
Oh,
was some random fucking scout that got bisected by Amy.
Disemboweled.
I'll
Yeah,
never forget the time Percy fought a Chaos Space Marine. Nearly one-on-one.
Jacques will turn from it to Polnareff. I do
I-
not know how it is you tempt the worst out of things. But good job.
Oh no.
So, let's do XP.
Okay.
So how much influence is
Oh,
saving a
God.
Forge World worth?
Can does Polnareff have maximum fate points? I would
Oh,
like
yeah.
to lobby for him to have one more permanent fate point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was beautiful.
So, did you explore a new and interesting location?
Yeah, I did.
Where?
I wasn't in just that part of. We're talking about like, because we have counted different places on the world as different and interesting locations, right? I spent quite a bit of time in that from that dude's house to other places.
Yeah. Just, Yeah,
We certainly never
his
visited
house
the
is
prison before.
interesting.
Yeah.
Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
Yeah, the whole investigation was just a series of new truths.
Did you... I don't think you developed a relationship with an important NPC yet, but...
I think Juno and Jeff and anyone else who actually, went ahead and deleted their ship.
Fair. Did you discover a new page in a PC story?
I think talking a demon until its head literally fucking explodes is certainly a new chapter in the page of Gene can kill people by talking at them. And continues to be the anti-Juno.
Yeah. And you very obviously advanced your investigation as...
Yay.
I feel particularly generous today. I'm going to give you double XP.
Oh my
Whoa!
god.
That'd be
As,
500?
Yep, 500. As we are now very much into the last arc. Now, there'll still be some, admin to resolve on this world, but the actual um, issue has been taken care of.
I can't believe I didn't see it before. I spent all of those hours deep diving into cognito hazards and cognito memes. The one of the things they supply all of the times are just you whip out an anti-meme, and Polnareff is a walking one of those.
Yeah.
We don't
I-
need a blank. We have a blank.
Snippy and I weren't shitty. We were like, no, send Polnareff in there. Send Polnareff in there. This is exactly what we wanted to happen. Fucking Captain Kirk this thing. Amazing.
Oh, Bob, thank you so much.
That was fantastic.
That was beautiful, you magnificent bastard.
And hey, he got destroyed by Silverflame too, so I think that means that demon's dead forever.
373, I think, right?
Yeah, 37300.
Oh wow, I haven't updated mine in a long ass time.
Well, go and buy
Oh.
yourself a bunch of stuff then.
Well, I haven't upgraded mine in 4 months.
Oh,
How about that?
I mean, mine might be pretty close to that. I was off by over 1,000 well, at 1,000 XP exactly.
Oh, I think there have been a few times where you left, and well, you had to go to bed before XP was awarded, and I just didn't put it in for you.
How much XP do we have in total again?
37300.
Jesus fucking Christ.
For now, let's wrap it all up, and yeah.
All right. Well, if you've been watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in to whatever that was. We'll see you tomorrow for Savin, hopefully. Until then, adios and do take care.
Bye.
Bye, stream. Bye, YouTube.